Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round two, day two of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season. And as you can see, for all the fans back at home, Old Glory is waving on a beautiful morning. But one thing, Mother Nature is going to nail us again today with over 100-degree heat index. We're expecting about 105 to 107 heat index. But we had a great day of racing yesterday. Another day that had over 100 degrees in heat index, but we kept everybody hydrated, did a great job on the racetrack with awesome racing action. The track crew did one hell of a job on the racetrack itself to keep it in shape all day long. Very little dust. Never dried out, believe it or not, in this heat, this sun glaring down on it. Not a cloud in the sky right now. But we, well, you know what? I forgot. Hang tight. Let's downshift just a second. Everybody, happy Father's Day weekend for all the dads here at the racetrack and for all the dads that are watching us at home right now as we're about to get ready with racing right off the get-go. And they're coming out on the track right now, even before we're able to get this whole show started. So with a great backdrop of Old Glory, you can see the race cars in the background as we're getting ready to go. And our first race of the morning is going to be Youth Limited. 5 race cars on the racetrack. We got Paxton Shamblin on row 1 on the pole. Jack Smith alongside of him. Nolan Hartzell starts inside of row 2. Braxton Furnell outside of row 2. And Ellie Lindemood will round out the final row all by himself. Actually, we got the wrong. Is that the wrong thing up there? Yeah, that's not youth. I wanted to have an update. So I stand corrected for all the fans watching us at home. I'm very, very sorry. We got the wrong race on our timing and scoring. Trying to get this squared away before we take the green flag. But I don't think it's going to happen as we're coming to the green flag right now. JT Taylor's turning them loose as we speak. There we go. Expert NA. And I don't even think that's not the right. That's not right. The right class either. So trying to get things squared away here real quick. To say that the heat has been playing tricks and all the technology here is putting it mildly. Still waiting for the update. Dude, you know what you got queued up? Looks like we got everything squared away as we have our Expert NA cars on the track, completing one lap. Currently up front would be TJ Sewers in that top spot. Jaden Lindemuth second, Rick Schroeder third, Blake Renkmeyer in that fourth spot. Keegan Cummings is out there running right now fifth. Josie Watkins sixth, Bree Seek, and Doug Summers. Ryder Van Beekem had a rough day yesterday. It looks like they weren't able to get the car fixed for today. And hopefully we'll be able to see Robert, his dad, out here later on today. But, yeah, tough break, tough weekend for Ryder, the young driver. One hell of a shoe. But mechanical issues put him out for this weekend. So this will be a 6-lap main event. As they're all coming around, completing lap number 2. Sewers will cross the line well up front. And there will be a competition yellow. pretty much spread out all around this racetrack right now. Lindemuth's trying to make a little bit of a race of it right now, running in that second spot, trying to track down Sewers, but Sewers is just staying far enough away. So it looks like Lindemuth now is kind of reversing things and actually tracking down our leader, only just about a half a second back. But then Keegan Cummings looks like he's got something going on as well, coming up in the back of Reckmeyer. There's the competition now as they cross the line. Sewers will hang on to that lead. Lindemuth in that second spot. Schroeder third, Reckmeyer fourth, and the top five will be Keegan Cummings. We'll get everybody regrouped. Bump back bumper to bumper, bring them back around, throw the green flag for the second half. And we'll breathe a fresh air of life into second, third, fourth on back as they try to track down TJ Sewers. So once again, we got to thank some of the guys behind the scenes, some of the companies behind the scenes, the race teams that help get together and bring you the live stream here this week. And St. Peter's Metalwork, Dinger Excavation, TFW Trailers out of Dallas, Fort Worth, St. Peter Racing, Lee Knowles, Rusty Pipes, Randy Boyder and the gang from Scrape By Racing, Double E 2E Racing as well, Jordan Berza, Kawasaki Valley Racing Team, as well as Fast House Roofing and Construction. Some of the families and teams that help as well will be the Baker family from Baco Racing and Kemp Racing as well. A whole slew of people involved that got together and said, hey, we need to have live streaming back. You're part of the Heartland Series. And we're back underway. A little bit of shoving around as they took the green flag. Nice, clean start this time. Quite different from what we saw yesterday. And how about Schroeder trying the inside line on Lindemuth? Trying to move up that one spot. Schroeder not able to take advantage of that restart. Man, I'm looking at Cummings, and he's just shuffled around back there. He's trying to make a move up front, but Reckmeyer not having anything to do with it, and he's got Schroeder right in front of him. So Cummings is trying very hard to the inside to make up the room on Reckmeyer. Reckmeyer keeps continually slamming that door, not letting him around. Oh, boy, got turned around. Cummings tried an inside dive move, come to the inside, couldn't make it stick. Instead of, he dynamited the brakes and not make contact with Renkmeyer, and he'll lose one spot for sure, but he'll lose contact with the lead pack, as now Cummings is well back from the lead of where he was just a moment ago. And that did nothing but help Severs up front pull away just a little bit. Lindemoon is still in that second spot. Renkmeyer still in that third spot as we are on the last lap. Just a few turns remaining. Just a few turns remaining for Sewers, and he can hit the pool with a big old smile on his face. One last time up and over the tabletop into that right-hand 90. And there's a checkered flag in hand. Here comes TJ Sewers, and he'll take the win for round 2 of the 2024 season in the HRA Series. Lindemood will come around in second. Blake Renkmeyer was right there as well in third. That'll be the podium. Rick Schroeder will finish in fourth. Bree Seek should be Bree coming across the line. Oh no, it's Josie Watkins. She makes one move on the last lap, and Josie will finish in the top 5. Bree Seek will come around in 7th. Doug Summers and Keegan Cummings will not be very far behind when they come across the line. Once again, we want to welcome everybody here back at home or in the shop or by the pool or wherever you may be. We want to welcome everybody to the broadcast here for round 2 of the 2024 season, the inaugural season of the HRA Series, Heartland Racing Association. Kind of a phoenix, if you will, from the flames of devastation after the last season. And couple of guys, couple of racers, the teams got together. And you know what? We got to make this work. We got to figure this out. Too many good teams out there, too many fast teams to not be able to race here in 2024. Plus, we have this beautiful facility here at Mid-America Outdoors, and they provided the race facility. JT Taylor and Marvin Vale and Danielle and the gang all got together in multiple meetings, multiple phone calls, and somehow we're able to pull the strings all in the right direction and made it happen. And our first race was Memorial Day weekend here, and it was an unbelievable weekend of racing and camaraderie. Just a really cool weekend. Everybody's smiling, have a good time, a little extra giddy up, I like to say, in their step all weekend long. And to say nothing to be able to race a facility where they get done racing and they can go to a pool. So we're having a great time here. Once again, we want to thank some of the guys behind the scenes, some of the race teams, some of the companies that were able to bring the live stream back to this race series. And Josh Caperton pretty much spearheaded that, so we want to thank him as well. And there's a great shot of the viewing area. And believe it or not, down there underneath that, in that shaded area, there's a nice breeze. You're in the shade, and it's relatively cool. It is actually comfortable down there. I'm not sure if they can hear me. I see this is a distant shot, but so if anybody can hear me down in the viewing area, kind of throw your hands up in the air and let me know that you can hear us okay. Nobody's moving. Are the Bakers down there? No. I see a couple of really, really bright yellow T-shirts. I don't recognize anybody from this distance, but I'm not sure if they got the sound system working down there or not. Hopefully, if they don't, they will soon. And if you do hear me, kind of like I say, wave up to the cameras on the far side of the racetrack so we can tell that you're able to watch us, hear us. Nobody's still reacting? Okay, I'm talking to myself. All right. Getting ready for the next race, it's the Amateur NA. Here's our lineup of 13 cars. Nice size field as we get ready to go. On the front row will be Carson Greco in the 155. Declan Shields, who had a great day yesterday at 258. Row 2 inside, Brody Sands in the 107. Colin Greenfield's right alongside him in the 513. In row 3 inside is Drake Suntag in the 25. Jazzy Ware in the 441. Row 4 inside, Allie Hubler in the 409, and Nick Slinkard is out there in the 927. Row 5 inside, Slade Dowden. Mentioned his name quite a bit yesterday. He'll start inside of row 5. Rowdy Speaks, also a name we mentioned, in the 42 alongside of him. Row 6 inside, Travis Trower in the 74. Crichton Jordan alongside in the 417. And Annie Chance is out there starting 13th in the final row all by herself. And, well, it looks like you're going to like this, Josh. I just got a message from a certain somebody. How many times did I mention Fast House Roofing and Construction yesterday and that name? How many times did I mention that? Just kind of give me 5 times? At least 5 times. I just got a message from Chad right now. Mention my damn name. So, yeah. Chad, you're more than been taken care of as far as being mentioned, and I'll be doing a lot more today, but you're also going to be mentioned for not being here and not racing yourself. So, I thought it was very, very cool that you jumped on board and provided the live stream, or helped provide the live stream. And I got Josh sitting here right next to me with the big old grin in his face as well. So, again, Fast House Roofing and Construction, Chad, thank you so much for jumping on board and helping provide this. Yeah, I wish you were here, man. I said Chad Mayo, you numbnuts. He's still messaging me. Mention me by name. Mention me by name. I did. Coming to the green flag, JT Taylor's pulled off that beautiful little blue Ford Ranger pace truck, and we're going green with Suntag and Jazzy Ware on the front row, and it looks like Suntag got a nice jump. And, we got a couple of cars got together, so much so that they weren't able to make the rotation to the left and had to veer off to the right and kind of collect things and get back underway. And it looks like, let's see what's going on here. There we go. Carson Greco is picking up right where he left off yesterday. He was crazy fast yesterday. And it looks like he's doing it all over again today. Once again, this will be a 7-lap main event, and it is already upwards of almost 90 degrees here today. Is it even 9:30 yet? No, not even 9:30. And he's already pulled out to about a 10-car length lead. And again, the track is almost, practically in perfect conditions, considering the fact that it's, 90 degrees or upwards of 90 degrees already, and bright sun, no clouds, and there's just like the perfect amount of moisture in the track right now. So once again on the track, it's Greco, Greenfield, and Declan Shields, 1, 2, and 3. Crichton Jordan, Allie Hubler, and Nick Slinkard rounding out the next 3. So we got, 2 drones, I think, up in the air, 2 drones, and then we got 2 camera guys out on the racetrack. So we're getting a lot of coverage. And if you notice, we're running the short track side of things here this afternoon, or this weekend, actually. Instead of going way off into the back section, which would be just over 2 miles in length, would be the overall track. We kind of pretty much cut that in half. And so all the racing action is right in front of the crowd. What you see on TV is what the fans are seeing here on the side of the hill. Yeah, Chad Mayo is saying that they wish they were here racing in Pro N8 and Class 11. Yeah. Even though we only have 2 cars in Class 11 right now, the Baja Buzzer quickly, amazingly how quickly, is gaining in popularity. Now the struggle is to find those cars and build little race cars out of them. And but they're having a good time here. Just the same with even just the 2 of them out there. So we're on lap number 2. And once again, Greco is out to a sizable lead. We got some nice side-by-side racing. I think that's Greenfield and is that Declan Shields? Can't quite tell. I think that is Shields. The second car on track. Is it? Yeah, he's going inside, outside. He's trying to, every line he's taken, it looks like Greenfield is taking that line away. And there he goes to the inside just a moment ago. Here we go. Outside entrance, inside exit. Not quite close enough to take advantage of that, but here he comes to the inside. He's got a good head of steam built up. Trying that inside line. Still nothing there. So check up. These cars are not quite fast enough to actually like drag race into the corners. Oh, we got a little bit, I think that was a little puff of smoke out of Greenfield. Out of our second place car. Nothing major at this point, but it looks like there may be issues with Greenfield right now running in second. As far as lap times go, it looks like Greco's got the field cover. It's his best lap is a 1:11.1, and there's nobody even close as Greenfield looks like is. No, it's actually Declan Shields is a second quick with a 1:14.4. So, yeah, Greco's running 3 seconds faster per lap than the next closest car time-wise. I want to say, I believe we're going to Campiello this time by, I think. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, there's Declan Shields and Greenfield. Greenfield's in that lead car at the moment. Now let's keep an eye out for that puff of smoke I saw. Here comes, again, Shields. Tried that inside line, but he had some speed built up, but couldn't get there. He wasn't quite close to pull it off. If he can get close enough and do that same maneuver, he might have something to work with. Like right there, once again, was another chance. There's that puff of smoke, yeah. At the Campiello, it looked like Greenfield burped the throttle as they crossed the line, and that's when you saw that puff of smoke. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. So once again, JT Taylor will jump up there on that racetrack. I should mention, windows up, air conditioning on high pace truck. I was talking to Michelle, his girlfriend, a little bit earlier this morning, and she was with him about half the day yesterday. And yeah, she was up in Tech area in the morning, and then for the second half of the afternoon, she got a chance to go jump in the pace truck, and she said she jumped in, closed the door, and went, "Oh, this is nice." And there was probably a good 7 or 8 times yesterday, I'd say, that there were issues in the racetrack, and JT had to jump, stop the pace truck, block the traffic, get out, and kind of have a few words with some of the drivers. And the more times he got out of that racetrack, the more you could just tell the body language. The more times he was getting ticked off that he had to get out of an air conditioning truck. So, run with the competition yell right now. It looks like we have a car stalled on the racetrack. So we'll have to get that taken care of as JT's got the guys going around the racetrack right now. I know I'm talking to the choir, speaking to the choir right now, but for all the fans and race teams and races that are here, if please keep yourselves hydrated, keep yourselves in the shade, and that goes for you too, John. John, yeah. You don't need to be any darker than you already are. No more tanning for you. But yeah, keep yourselves in the shade. Stay out of that sun, drink lots of fluids. And if by chance you feel the compulsion, you need water, you're getting a little bit parched, come on up here to the production trailer. We got lots of water just inside the door. We're not about to turn anyone away that's in dire need of something to drink. So again, take care of yourselves and take care of those around you. Keep an eye on each other. Make sure you're not doing anything. Hey! We got the first of our racers up here. Hey, gang. How you doing, Cars? Nice job yesterday, eh? Caroline's up here as well. Let's see. We'll get you guys hooked up. We've had racers and a couple sponsors up here all afternoon yesterday. It looks like we're going to be doing that again today. You all set?
Yep.
There we go. We got Caroline up here. We got
Claire.
Huh?
Caroline Claire.
Yeah.
Ewing.
Yeah.
Keep on saying Caroline.
I can get away with it now because Grandma gave me the speech. She's down there. I'm up here, so I can call her Caroline. Every time I talk to Caroline, doesn't mean I have to mention all 3 names. I know it's a Southern thing. No, I don't.
Yeah, you
No. Did your grandma hear me yesterday?
Yeah.
Really?
She was watching the live feed.
Oh, she's not here at the racetrack, or she's
She's down there.
But she's still watching the feed too, huh?
Yeah. She was up. She's watching both.
Oh, really?
She was up at the motorhome yesterday watching the live
gotcha.
feed.
A nice job yesterday. That was pretty darn cool. I wish I was down there for your race. As we go back to green flag races, 3 laps remaining in our amateur NA division. But got Carson Hill up here and Caroline Claire.
Yep.
Are you gonna? So I just turn it over to you?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I know. What? All that Red Bull clothing you got, and that's what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, there we go. Okay. So once again, Greco jumps out the early lead. It gets a nice jump at the start. Look at that thing. He's got probably 12, 15 car length lead right off the get-go, not even halfway through the first lap of the second half. Greenfield still in second. Declan Shields in third. Declan's been trying to get around Greenfield now for the last 2, maybe 3 laps.
And he's in an 800. Yep.
Yeah. So you're saying he's faster than everybody else, or should be? Or slower?
Well, he has a slower car, but he's a fast driver. Yeah.
He's been really, really trying to get around Greenfield, and Greenfield's just fast enough to make it too hard for him. Greenfield keeps opening up that door to the inside or the outside through these turns, and Declan's just never quite close enough to take advantage of it. As it looks like, Greco crosses the line. We've got 2 laps remaining now. Crichton Jordan, Nick Slinkard, and Allie Hubler. Now, did you know that Colin Greenfield races an Audi?
Oh.
We got a strange category
An
on the
R8?
far left side of our screen for timing and scoring that describes the kind of the car, whether it's a Polaris RZR or whatever it may be. It says right now that Colin Greenfield's driving an Audi, which is kind of
Like
funny.
an R8 or R6. No, not an R6.
Really?
No. Probably an R8.
You guys are up here for one reason only, aren't you? To get out of work back in the pit area.
No, my
No?
car's good.
Your
Her
car's ready to
good.
go?
My car's ready.
No damage to either one of your cars after yesterday's race? Nothing had to get fixed or repaired or
No.
changed out?
Oh, Rowdy
Not
Speaks.
even new tires?
Nope. Rowdy Speaks got around Dowden.
So here's one again. Declan Shields is making a run at Greenfield. There's Greco just taking the white flag. There's the shot. There, maybe. Oh no, man! Greenfield's making that car hit so wide.
The air conditioning feels good. Really
It does.
Yes.
You just got it's because you just came from outside where it's really high. And that's actually that blowing air. That thing's barely working. Really?
Yep.
Aren't you hot air enough?
I am hot. Yeah.
Declan Shields, here we go one more time. Declan, I think, has tried every single line around this racetrack to get around Greenfield and just can't find the right spot. And meanwhile, Greenfield's doing one heck of a job making that car crazy wide and actually doing a very skilled job of keeping that car in second place on his own.
Yep, going defensive the whole time. Trying to keep Declan Shields behind him.
He's not over-rotating, but he's he's sliding. Yeah, he's done that before, though. Declan's going just barely off the track, trying to find that inside line, and Greenfield is not giving it to him.
Oh, that was a good battle. Really good battle.
Still not over yet. There it is. A checkered flag comes out, and so close, but oh man, give me one more lap. One more lap.
Yeah.
One more lap. But here's our top 3 on the podium here this afternoon in round 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season. Carson Greco will be in the top spot. Colin Greenfield will finish in second. Declan Shields third. That's our podium. Crichton Jordan finished 4th. 5th is Nick Slinkard. Allie Hubler. Annie Chance comes across the line in 7th. 8th is Rowdy Speaks, laid down in that 9th spot. And on down as the rest of the field crosses the line, getting ready for our next race, Pro NA. How long before we see you two guys in this race?
I race at 2.
I race at 3.
Yeah.
What? No,
Yep.
no. In this
Yes.
class, Pro NA. How long before we see you racing in this?
How old?
time.
I know Carson Vale's like 16 or 15.
Yeah, he just turned 16 a couple months ago. Yeah.
I have 5 years.
5? Oh, so you're pretty confident in yourself.
Hopefully.
That your mom and dad are gonna let you.
Oh, Mom will,
Yeah.
but Dad will.
So, like I say, getting ready for our next race. It's a Pro NA. Carson Vale and Kyler Holcomb will be on the front row. We got Louis Nur and Robert Van Beekum on the second row. Hopefully, Robert RVB has got that car ready to go. Again, both him and Ryder had mechanical issues yesterday in both their races and weren't able to finish. Ryder wasn't able to make the call in his earlier race this morning, and now hopefully Robert will be able to make the call. Haven't seen him yet, but hopefully he'll be there.
What is with the big phone?
Yeah.
Why do you need a big phone? What's a phone supposed to be for?
I'm sorry, what?
What's a phone supposed to be for if it's
Yeah.
flipped?
It's not flipped. It's
If it's a flip phone.
well, yeah.
Exactly.
For old guys like me that have really bad vision.
But you have glasses.
Ka-cha! That's how bad I need the big screen and the glasses. That tells you how bad I am.
Sure.
Yeah.
You young people, go play on your Xbox.
I'll play on my iRacing.
Yeah, I heard that. So, once again, thank you so much. I know I've said it before one time or two, but thank you so much. We just can't do it enough, actually, in talking about some of the race teams and the families and the sponsors behind the scenes that brought the live stream, and with the efforts of Josh Caperton's kind of throwing this all together and stirring the pot, so to speak. He was able to get the right people in line. You can see staging right there, dead center of the screen. There's a couple of cars underneath the trees. Not those trees, the other trees. But there's a great shot. The upper left-hand corner, there's the pool area, and down below, that is the racetrack. How about that? You can actually be in the pool right next to 2 coconuts, grab a margarita or a daiquiri, whatever you like, go to the pool, edge of the pool, and watch off-road racing down below. That gives you a great angle of how cool and how convenient this facility is for its fans. And there's the viewing area that right now dead center of the screen for all the fans back at home. It's actually nice and cool down there. There's a breeze. You're in the shade. So that's pretty nice.
Yep.
But anyway, some of the companies behind the scenes, once again, that help bring this all together: St. Peter Metal Works, Dinger Excavation, DFW Trailers out of Dallas-Fort Worth, St. Peter Racing, Lee Knowles and Rusty Pipes and the gang from Scrape By Racing. There's, I think they did a little bit of track prep out there right now. Oh, here they come. We got Pro NA coming out on the track right now.
Yep.
Also, PPEI, Heartland Racing Association, Raceline Wheels. Thank you to Raceline for jumping up and helping out this weekend. They've got some pretty cool inflatables around the racetrack. Some of the families. The Baker family from Baco Racing, Kempf Racing, and Kawasaki Valley Racing.
It's Baco, I think?
Baco.
Baco. Everyone
Yeah.
calls it the same
Yeah.
thing.
It's KW.
Carson Vale just got
KAW. Okay, yeah.
Carson Vale just got into a Can-Am this last
yes,
race.
I heard that, yeah. I think he's renting that from
G3.
G3, yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, our lineup, we've got 4 cars out there for the Pro NA, Carson Vales and the 999s, and it's not a Razor, it's actually a K&M. There's Kyler Holcomb in the Yamaha, KBR Racing. We got Lewis.
He's
No,
in
he
an
should be out there. Oh, no,
he's in an RS1.
that's not a K&M. That's actually his, that's his
Yeah,
Polaris.
he races pro side-by-side in the Can-Am.
Yeah.
Race with Kanan.
And yeah, Van Beekem wasn't able to make the call. Oh man, can't tell you how disappointed I am to not see those guys out here on the racetrack. Both Robert and RVB, Ryder Van Beekem. Tough break as they towed all the way from Phoenix, not to be able to make the main events. And I don't even think. I think Ryder made a couple of laps, but I don't think Robert RVB completed lap 1. Itchy ears.
Yes.
You look like my wife's puppy. Scratch behind your ear. Yeah, every once in a while. You can tell who the producer is because every once in a while a trick picture shows up on the screen. There we go. Yeah, thanks,
exactly.
Josh. Yeah, there we go. Coming to the green flag right here, you'll see that little pace truck pull off to the left side of the course. It'll be Carson Vale and Kyler Holcomb on that front row. Carson looked really good yesterday, pitching that thing around, and he had a strategy to how he was handling that car. Let's see if he's able to do the same thing today. He'll get the whole shot into turn 1, up the hill.
Yep, 1 and 2 looking pretty good.
That's kind of a neat looking car that Carson has too, huh?
Yeah. Can-Am, probably more seat time, faster, so you're going to be faster in the car.
Yeah.
For sure.
Probably can't turn around this car prepped in time for the next race, so yeah, he rented the other one.
Yeah, and the Can-Ams will just walk away from him, too.
Yeah, this is a Can-Am track, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can-Am. The little cars, it's a really fun track. I love this track.
Yeah.
It's a really fun track.
You know, it doesn't seem like for the cars that are a little down on horsepower like yours, it doesn't seem like all these uphills
Yeah.
bog it down a lot.
No,
It's
not
like,
really.
Yeah, even though you climb these steep hills, both of you, the banking doesn't seem to slow you down a whole lot when you go up the hills.
No.
But when you come down, holy smokes, a shot out of the cannon.
Yeah, we take a left, right over the right. I don't know how to say it. How do you say it?
Did you hear what you said? Left, right, over left.
I
don't know what the heck you mean.
I don't know what I mean either. I'm just saying words.
So wait, you got a race tomorrow again, don't you?
Tomorrow?
Don't you race karts tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna like doubt me on what I'm saying? Because you're the one that told me yesterday you have a race tomorrow. You're gonna race today.
Yep.
Pack up real fast, head home to get ready for a race tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if we do get to podiums, we'll have to wait and stay for podiums. And then I think we're gonna leave around dark or so.
Carson Vale looking so darn strong right now, getting no pressure. And actually, it's not a bad move on Kyler Holcomb's part, running in second, just to kind of let him run, let him take that car, just disappear into the sunset, because there's that competition. He's not going to lose a position more than likely, and if he does, it's only third. So let the competition come out. Let's regroup, and then the second half is going to be all out, gloves come off kind of thing.
Yeah. It's so weird because in the little cars, you don't have to set up the cars or anything, but in the big cars, you have to set up the cars, set them up so you get faster lines, faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can adjust things.
Yep, but
Well, you stand corrected, because doesn't your dad, you guys adjust the shocks and the valving and
Yeah,
that kind
we
of
can.
thing? So maybe the tire grooving, change the tire grooving a little
Yep.
bit.
But they had to set up the corners.
Oh, yeah.
Just like in karting, you got to go straight out. You got to go outside, most likely. Go outside, then go to inside to hit the apex. Because if you just go inside, you'll probably drift the whole corner, and that's not what you want.
Yeah. So what are we on the third race of the morning so far? And that track is looking unbelievable. Pretty sweet. Not getting roosted from mud. There's zero dust to be seen. Not a cloud in the sky. Sun is beating down and baking this racetrack, but yet their track crew's got this thing holding up perfectly right now.
I remember the pro lights driving this track. That was
Yeah.
cool.
I asked Kanan yesterday if there's any chance that towards the end of the season
If you want to race
They'll bring the Pro 4 out here.
I know. We're testing tune.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes, yeah, we've been talking about it. So that'll be cool to see a Pro 4 out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will be cool.
So what's your dad's favorite form of motorsport?
Dirt.
Is it this stuff, you mean?
Yeah,
Is
this. Karting, and then. And. F1, I guess. That's basically karting, but bigger. Way bigger.
So what you're saying is off-road your dad's favorite?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
off-road. But he loves karting.
Yeah.
Loves karting.
Did he do any of that stuff, or is he kind of like...
We're trying to get him a kart.
Has he ever before, though? No?
No. But I remember he used to race, he tried to race a Turbo West in the, I think this class, actually.
Yeah.
And then...
So there's the competition yellow right now. We'll regroup the entire field, and this is what we're going to find out real quick. As Jay Taylor will pick up the field, we'll find out real quick if Kyler Holcomb's got anything at all for Carson Vale.
Yeah, when you're in the competition yellow, you're just like, what's going to happen? Like, you're just waiting.
Yeah.
When you're over there at the, when you're about to start, you're just dead serious, and you're just waiting for that one little movement in this
In the
flagger.
flagman's hand, yeah. Oh, JT's going quite a bit quicker right now in that pace track than he has in the past. We got some racing to do today. No prelims, no testing, no practice, no qualifying, nothing but racing all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So what time do you guys go on today?
3.
3?
2.
2? Raceline Wheels jumped on board series-wise, I want to say about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. Scraping by Racing, a race team with Lee Knowles and Rusty Pipes.
Ruster.
Shift Performance Labs also jumped on board to be a part of the brand new race exhaust. I think it was introduced, it's going to be introduced today. Yeah, it was talked about yesterday. I think everyone will see it. It'll be unveiled today. We really need to figure out this talking back and forth thing. And I got to get a lot better at reading lips.
You guys need to get like a little button that turns off the live, turns the little, you're not talking to the live stream, and connects it up to him.
So when did you get to be an ENG?
No, I'm just making up an idea.
Because those do exist. Here we come back to the green flag for the second half. There'll be 4 laps remaining when they take that green flag. There it is, and we're back underway. Does Kyler Holcomb have anything left for Carson Vale? Can he track him down? Can Carson pick up and carry on with what he's been doing yesterday and now earlier this morning in the first half of this race and just run away from the field? So far, early on, Kyler Holcomb is right there hanging tight.
Yeah, they're all bunched up.
Fast House Roofing and Construction. We want to welcome them on board and thank them for being a part of the live stream, helping out bring that to fruition. And Carson Vale pulling away a little bit of time, upwards about 3, maybe 4 car length lead, now up to 5 or 6. As he's definitely flexing his muscle right now. Louisiana Direct Auto, buy, sell, trade. I believe that's Rusty Pipes company, I think. And Mid-America Doors, thank you for providing a place for the Heartland Racing Association to perform on the racetrack. And North Dallas Fort Worth DFW Trailers, sales, service, and rentals. Got to talk to them about doing some repair work on my trailer. So what'd you guys do last night? Hit the pool?
Oh yeah.
All night long?
Hit the pool. Went to the Barbie Hill down. Yeah.
How was that?
That was cool. That was fun.
Yeah? When am I going to see you come down the hill? Huh?
I don't know.
Caroline, will Grandma let you do the Barbie Jeep downhill?
Nope.
No, because
No.
I break my bones too much.
Yeah. I mean, she with the last race, she just got out of her cast and had to leave immediately to America.
Well, it looks like Kyler Holcomb has reeled in Carson Vale a little bit from the gap that was once there. It's no longer. There'll be 2 laps remaining this time by when they cross that line. And Kyler Holcomb just needs to get close enough to start making a few attempts here and there. Find out where he may be quicker on this racetrack right now than Carson.
I don't get it how the drone man can do that, because I try to fly a drone just up, and it went in my roof, and I suck at driving drones.
I got one, and I chase our horses around
I
the
suck
pasture.
I suck at
It's
it.
awesome. They're freaked out by it. Yeah.
I think when I just got my drone, a new one like a week ago or something like that when we weren't here, I drove it straight into the roof because I didn't know what I was doing. But oh, 2 wheels. Carson Vale's gone 2 wheels.
Yeah, it's stuff like that that's going to help out Kyler Holcomb. In fact, right now, Kyler's got a faster lap time than Carson Vale does by almost a full second. So Kyler's up on the wheel right now. But he's still not close enough to make anything happen. He's got to make it happen now, as there's going to be 1 lap remaining this time by. Just a couple of corners. There it is. The tabletop and the right-hander in a short straightaway, and there's going to be the white flag. And right there it is, waving in the air, and Kyler's got to go, and he's got to go right now. He can't wait to the last minute. He can't wait to the last corner. He's got to start making those attempts. So if the first one fails, he can back up a little bit, regroup, and make another run at the leader, and that can only happen so many times in 1 lap.
Yep.
Big push coming out of the corner for Carson. So that didn't hamper him all that much. They both go high up into the banking, go shoot down this hill. Right now, I don't see Kyler catching him because he's running the same lines that Carson is.
Yep.
And you're not going to catch the leader if you're running the same lines he does, to say nothing of trying to pass him. Oh, and then Kyler right there over-rotates. So, again, he'll lose a couple of car lengths. And it's up to about a 12 or 15 car length lead now for Carson Vale.
Yep, Carson Vale looking pretty consistent.
Yeah, he's usually really dynamic and pitching that thing sideways and hanging it out, being really aggressive. And today he didn't have to be yet. He's running his race and running his lines with a clean track right up to the checkered flag. And there it is. Carson Vale will win round number 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season. Kyler Holcomb, nice effort, but he'll finish in second. And coming across the line will be Lewis Knorr as our 3 cars come across the line. They'll take care of Pro NA, Pro Naturally Aspirated. As the cars now pull off the track, get ready for the next race, will be the Vet 40 Plus Turbo and Naturally Aspirated. 2 cars in a single race. Chris Warner. Oh, yeah, okay. Grab 2 while you're at it, or 3. No?
I'm good.
No, over here. Just be careful crossing the lines. If you trip and rip up a couple of cords, I will pick him up like a 12-pack and take him outside. So once again, we got the Vet 40 Plus Turbo and Naturally Aspirated coming up. And we had a chance to sit down and talk with one of the guys behind the scenes and his company to help bring the live stream to life. And that is the Polaris of the 211, Doug Summers. Here we go.
I'm Ariel Bajarski. I race amateur.
My name's Doug Summers. I'm racing with Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class and the Vet 40 NA class as well. We're running a Polaris RS1 single seat. We're going to run it in both classes. We're here at round 2 at Visions. Round 1, we had a great showing. The second race in the Vet 40 class, our motor let go. So we're here with a fresh motor for round 2. and we're hoping everything's going to go well and go for a podium on this one. We're here. We did the test and tune earlier today. It went pretty well. It's hot today. The car's running hot. We're working on some of those issues. It was a good time out there. The car's doing what we needed to do, minus the overheating issue. It's handling well. The MRT tires are gripping real nice. The track was phenomenal, though. The guys were doing a killer job here. I'm a small business owner, and I know it's a struggle out here for a lot of us, to be able to get out here and get away from your job and your work. And I couldn't do it without DM Bruce Owner Solutions. Not only them, but Precision Metalworks, Call Valley Industrial, PPEI, Seek Designs, HVRP, Ultimax, Fast House Racing.
One of the racers coming up in this very next race, and we got to loosen him up a little bit, kind of like get a little jiggy with it, because he's like all Mr. Tight, uptight, and you can tell he's not used to being in front of the camera, unlike these two right here. So here comes our next race out on the track, and once again I am joined by young Carson Hill and Caroline.
Claire Ewing.
No, Caroline. To me, you're Caroline. You'll always be Caroline.
No,
You're Caroline Claire Ewing to your grandma.
I tried to call her. I said, "Can I call you Caroline?" And she said, "No."
So every single time somebody talks to you, like your teacher or your friends, they all say all three names. Your best friend, when she calls you up, she goes, does she say, "Hey Claire," or what does she say?
Sister.
No, I actually have a nickname and it's Cece.
Cece?
So they all call me Cece.
Oh no, that's just being lazy. You were making me say all three names, and everyone else gets to call you Cece. Oh wow.
That's my grandmother.
Sister. Sister's also a nickname for her. Sister.
Sister?
Yeah.
Like, hey sister, like that.
I don't know.
It's on my roof.
I like Cece. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can I call you Cece?
Ask my grandmother.
Oh, I gotta ask her, but it's your name. Who gave it to you? The name. Do you know?
Caroline Claire?
Yeah, no, Cece.
My mom, I think.
Your mom?
I don't know.
They're both trying to steal my job.
Yep.
Either way. Here, you sit down. I'll stand up. That way you're almost as tall as her and I.
Yes, please.
So now I'm way off camera. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Good for you. Now you get some.
You do
exercise.
realize that when you get older, she's going to be your girlfriend. You're going to get married and have kids. And yeah, I can see it happening already. You two get along so well. Oh, yeah. Little blonde kids. You're going to have 2 boys and 2 girls. The girls will be redheads. The boys will be blondes. Coming to the green flag, JT Taylor's already pulled off the racetrack. Once again, there's Rick Schroeder, Kevin Hall, Rusty Pipes, and Bruce Davidson round out row 2. Pablo Jimenez and Lee Knowles row 3. Row 4, Sean Murphy, Matthew Walraven, and Doug Summers and Travis Trower. Coming to the green flag. There it is. We're underway. This was an exceptionally good race here yesterday. Rusty Pipes came from mid-pack towards the front. Couldn't quite make it happen, as he's always fast round after round. Lee Knowles did very well yesterday, but ended up having a little bit of mechanical issues later on in the race. But right now, Rick Schroeder, who's already been out here once today, is out here now again. And probably nobody knows or understands the track conditions of, and it is currently better right now than Kevin Hall. As those two has actually pulled away, Rick Schroeder and Kevin Hall. They got about a 4 or 5 car length gap back to third, which is Rusty Pipes.
Is Rusty Pipes in second? Yeah, battling for first right now.
Yeah.
Rusty's already made the pass, huh?
Yep.
Yep, there he is. Yeah, you're right.
No, Rusty's a heck of a driver.
You wouldn't know it by talking to him, huh?
Yes.
Just hanging out with Rusty Pipes, and that is his real name.
Yep.
Given by his mom and dad when he was little, obviously when he was born. But yeah, hanging out and talking to him.
He's a nice dude.
Yeah,
He really
very.
is.
And then you think of his past racing career, and I guess he was pretty stout in the sprint cars.
He did?
Yeah, he raced sprint cars, both him and Lee Knowles.
You know what is weird? You know, CJ Greaves?
Very well.
He started with RC cars.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You want to know something else funny?
What?
I've known him for so long that I changed his diapers once.
Actually?
For real?
Oh.
Way a long time ago. Long time ago. I remember when he was a baby. Ask him.
I don't have his phone number. I tried to add him on iRacing, but he wouldn't do any. He wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, because he knows who you are. So Rusty Pipes still making a run at it, making a very good race. Lee Knowles finds himself right in the middle of the pack. Schroeder's got a fairly decent lead right now. Rusty Pipes, I don't think, is going to pressure Schroeder before the competition. You know, again,
I know that DD214. That's a Can-Am, just a one-seater Can-Am. I've never seen one like that ever. Or was that just me?
you mean the DD214?
DD214. That's what I like to call it.
No, it's get it right because you're gonna piss. You're gonna get mad. The government's gonna be mad at you because that's what that is. That's a government number, DD214. So when you're in the Army,
Yep.
and you're getting out of the Army, you have to fill out a special form.
How you know about the Army?
I just familiar with some things in the military. I mean, you got to do it in the Marine Corps. You got to do it in the Air Force. You got to do it in all of them. So if you get out of the service and retire, so to speak, you have to fill out a form, and it's a DD214.
Oh, cool.
That's where that number comes from.
I know my dad used to race. Used to drive used to be in the Army.
So should be coming up to the competition yell in just a moment. Rusty Pipes is still all over the back of Schroeder. Yeah, getting a little bit closer. It's, you know what Rusty's doing? He's fading back a little bit and then making a run at the leader because you can't pull up to the leader, run his speed, and just pull out to the side, accelerate, and make a pass.
Yep.
It doesn't happen like that because they're both very, very equal cars. So you'll have to pick and choose the spots, fade back a little bit, and then make a run at the leader. And right now, Schroeder's having issues. He's pushing really hard in the corners, and that's allowing Rusty Pipes kind of tuck inside on the corners and kind of taking a peek to find out where he may be faster. And we'll talk to you soon, Mr. Willis. I got to kicking these two out of here are really hard.
I gotta go anyways.
Cece, you don't got to go. You don't have to go now. You can go. Okay, go. Yeah, desert me. Okay, I see how it is. Thanks a lot once again to Claire. Good luck this afternoon, you guys. I want to thank them for coming up here. And there's the comp yellow. As once again, Rick Schroeder crosses line up front. Rusty Pipes. Pablo Mina is second and third. Kevin Hall fourth. Lee Knowles has worked his way up into the top five with Sean Murphy, Doug Summers, and Travis Trower in that A spot. Bruce Davidson's in that DD214. He's running in ninth. I believe this is a one. Morning. Hey, that thing's pretty. I saw the video yesterday. That's like the show car stuff. Like you just hook it up and never want to turn the car on so it stays nice and shiny. So we're coming back to green flag real soon. Let's see, is that the tabletop coming up too? No, we got a little bit of a lap going. Got Mr. Willis up here right now. Got some cool things to talk about after this next race, and in particular, a race exhaust.
Yeah.
Welcome up here to the broadcast.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Before we get deep into it, how long did it take to design from the concept, design, construction, fabrication, and the debut? We'll call it the unveiling. How long of a project was that?
Gosh, it was probably the better part of a year, actually.
Really?
It was probably at least 10 months.
Wow.
I stopped keeping track, but it always takes longer than you think. You hear a couple weeks, and a couple weeks turns into a couple months. So
exactly.
Yeah, because you got to start out with some kind of a design, even if it's a rough design, and then you got to send that off and have it made into a prototype, and then the prototype gets made into something you can put on the car.
Yeah.
And then you got to keep going.
kind of like some of the graphics. I mean, you draw out the silhouette of the car. What's it going to look like from the side? I like it at an angle. No, I don't. I like it the angle up. No, I don't. I like a straight line. No, I don't. It's like, yeah, same kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not even smart enough to begin to figure out how the heck you guys did what you did when it comes to designing something like that.
We got a good team.
JT Taylor's pulled off the track, coming up to the green flag. There'll be 3 laps remaining. Once that green flag flies, again, Schroeder's holding him. Right there's the first cone. He's at the cone now. Oh, he's really holding him. Halfway through, finally accelerates almost to the second cone. And the green flag takes off. And again, if you haven't watched one of our broadcasts before, there's 2 orange cones, actually 2 orange poles. And they're, what, about 30, maybe 50, 60 feet apart?
Yeah.
Once our leader hits that first cone, it's his choice, anywhere within that zone, to accelerate. And when he does, that's when the flag man sees it, and he throws the green flag for the rest of the field. And I think the guys are finally starting to get the hang of that. But, yeah, Rusty Pipes still in that second spot, still trying to find that line around our leader. That little fly just hanging out. Do you know Rusty at all?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually my old car Rusty's driving right
Oh,
now.
really?
Well, what was my old car? I know he's had some wrecks. I don't think it's under the original chassis, but that was the original car I sold him.
There'll be 2 laps remaining now. Yeah, sitting down and just hanging out with him around the campfire at night, you would never guess he's a race car driver. I can see him as a used car salesman. That's for sure. But I don't know. He just doesn't come, especially sprint cars back in his day.
Well, he's like the nicest guy in person, but you get him on the track, he's going to be ruthless with you, and that's just how it is in racing.
Yeah, and he's doing that right now, man. Inside line, outside line. He is
yeah.
all over Schroeder. He's more than taking a peek. Now he recognizes the fact that there's a lap and a half to go, and he wants that top spot. He's taking the inside. Now watch it right here. Outside entrance, inside exit, not quite close enough to pull it off. And Schroeder's doing a hell of a job keeping him back in second as well. We got to mention that. And coming to the white flag this time by. 1 turn remaining and aimed at the straightaway. There's the white flag to the right side of the screen. And now all hell's about to break loose. The gloves are coming off. Rusty Pipes is got to make it happen. I actually think his car, your car, might be a little bit faster at this point, but not quite fast enough to successfully pull it off. And Schroeder's making that car very, very wide and doing it in a very clean way. This has been some very clean racing right now. Bonsai moved to the inside. Rusty couldn't make it stick. Now that big run down the hill. Looks like Schroeder actually pulled away a little bit. Yeah, he has, but then Rusty pulls him back in. It's going to happen right here. It's got to happen on one of these turns. Up and down the hill. Is he going to lay a bumper on him to make it work? I don't think he's going to do that, but it's going to be very aggressive. Here it is.
Here it goes.
Yeah, tried to outbreak him in the corner, and they couldn't make it stick. Rusty over-rotates. Rick pulls away. He's able to save it. Jimenez, and it looks like Hall moves up into second. And there's a win in round 2 of the 2024 season. We'll go to Rick Schroeder. Kevin Hall comes around, will take second. Lee Knowles will recover. No, I'm sorry. Lee Knowles will come up and finish on the podium. And we still have yet to see Rusty Pipes. Yeah, there he is. He crosses the line, Rusty Pipes. Will finish in 4th. Jimenez will come across the line. No, he's falling back. Summers crosses the line in the top 5. And I just wonder if something on...
He had a tumble back
there
there
we go.
at the
Yeah.
very corner of the screen. Yeah, he had a tumble back there when Rusty and Rick were battling right there at the end.
Oh, okay. Oh, I missed that.
Yep, there he is.
So Jimenez had issues at the very last. Oh, wow. Is that his roof bar bent? No, that's just they're checking him out, making sure everything's okay. But Rusty Pipes will come back to finish 4th. Summers will come around in 5th. Nice run for him. Top 5. Sean Murphy 6th. Travis Trower 7th. 8th, Pablo Jimenez. As he's we're watching him right now. He'll be scored in 8th. Bruce Davidson dropped out in the DD 214 earlier in the race. Tough break for him. But as we get going. Well, Mr. Willis, as we get ready for the next race, let's talk about what we got going. We'll see if are we going to play the introduction, the video real quick first. This sport is very innovative, and a lot of cool things come out of it, and this is one of them right here. About to be unveiled.
Discount code. That's
Whoa,
right.
how long is that lasting?
Till Monday night at midnight.
Okay, Monday night at midnight. Okay, let's start from the beginning. First off, welcome to the broadcast booth, and let's talk about that baby of yours we just saw. What's it all about? How did it come to fruition? Was it something that you guys designed out of necessity? There was a demand for it. It's like, you know something? I think we got something figured out. Let's make it to the next level and make it ours.
Yeah. So the Shift Performance Labs, it's a brand that we came up with from UTV Race Shop, and we've got a few products that we have, but the exhaust is by far kind of our flagship that we've come up with. We have it. It was designed from the ground up by our team, and it's like I said, we had to make a prototype of ourselves and then send it to the manufacturer, who is here in the U.S. It is made here right in the USA from start to finish. So it's a full stainless steel exhaust that's been Cerakoted for the Maverick R. It's from the turbo back, which is considered a full exhaust for those. And we did a ton of. I've got a whole stack of prototypes sitting in the shop right now of just different changes and bends, and it's getting hot here and it's getting hot there, and we're getting a little bit too much cab noise or whatever the case is. And we, at this point, we nailed it. Kyle Chaney won with our exhaust at King of the Hammers, which is pretty incredible.
Just this last year? No kidding.
Yeah, just this last year, and then Cody Bradbury won the Silver State 300 with it, and they're just raving about how awesome it is. It is available now. We do have units on the shelf, so people are actually able to get it in their hands. We've got Matt Walraven was running our exhaust yesterday, and he absolutely loved it. Said it was the best exhaust he's ever ran on any car. So. It feels good. We designed it. I have a gentleman named Brian Lambright that works for me. He was in charge of the project, and he pretty much designed everything from the ground up. I'm just the face of it, I guess.
So now, is it a race only kind of unit? Can I go out to the showroom floor, buy a car, and then all of a sudden put this on that just a trail ride, or?
You could.
What was the purpose?
You could. I mean, it is truly a race exhaust. It's not intended for everybody. It's not super quiet. It's also not crazy loud either. We did fix a ton of the first issues that we had. So you could buy it as long as you're okay with a slightly louder exhaust. But as far as tone, I mean, it barks. It's the Millers getting over the rocks and Chaney getting over the rocks. They absolutely loved it. Just that bottom end bark is just incredible on it, and it's an awesome project.
Is there a horsepower advantage?
There is.
Or a horsepower gain?
There is. We haven't put pen to paper and numbers on the exact dyno, because the Maverick R does have an electronic wastegate, and so it's a little more difficult than say an X3, where you can change the boost and everything you want. The Maverick R is a little smarter than that, and so it recognizes when there's different back pressures and things like that, that it actually goes back. It lowers your boost if it notices there's not enough back pressure. So it's really best if the car is tuned with our exhaust, but you don't have to. It's still, even on the dyno, it picked up several horsepower just with no changes whatsoever.
I feel like I owe you an apology, because I knew you were very smart, but I didn't know you were this smart. I feel like I'm talking to Doc from Back to the Future. So much of what you're saying is kind of, for the most part, pretty much over my head, but it's like, it's a very beautiful unit. It's functional. There's advantages. What is the biggest advantage of having your exhaust setup?
So by far the biggest advantage is is going to be your power, of course, but that exhaust, just swapping the stock exhaust for our exhaust, you're going to drop over 35 pounds off the car immediately, just like that.
Really? Just in weight?
Yeah,
wow.
just in weight. So, and it cleans up the rear area a whole lot. You have a ton of room to work on the car at that point. The exhaust isn't all in the way. And then it just, it just sounds cool. If you want to, if you want it to sound bad, that's what you got to get.
Now, see, this whole kind of thing is not exactly new to me, but then I'm wondering in the same sense, what does the factory think when they find out somebody like you or UTV Race Shop is behind modifying or creating something better than their own exhaust?
Well, the factory is really limited. I mean, they have certain legal obligations they have to make on the exhaust because these cars are sold, all over the U.S., including California and everywhere else. So they have a certain obligation to, the powers that be, if you will. Whereas we're trying to break the law, but at the end of the day, it's a race-only exhaust for closed course use only. So, but from a race standpoint, they're happy about it.
So, I'm at home watching this. I'm like figuring this out. I've got an X3 sitting at home. Where do I go to get more information on it? Who do I contact? Is there a website? I mean, how do I get a hold of one?
Yeah. So UTVRaceShop.com. You can just search Shift or Shift Performance or Shift Exhaust. It's in there. And then, like I said, right now through Monday, there's a special coupon code just for people watching the live feed, MAO Live, because you're not going to know about it if you're not watching this. So you do MAO Live, you're going to get a special discount on that exhaust and free shipping, and we'll get it out to you next week. So so that's for the Maverick R exhaust. I know a lot of you guys watching right now have X3s. We do have an X3 exhaust coming out. Should be towards the end of this summer, and it'll be something to talk about.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
That was kind of going to be my next question. Is okay, you're only as good as your last product, and
sure.
You even though you've been spending, like you say, a year on this one, you're also got to be starting to put pencil to paper for the next project, the next dream kind of thing you got going on.
Yeah, I mean the pipeline's always filling up, so we just got to figure out what's going to flow out first, and more or less the path of least resistance, but not forgetting kind of what our core is, which is race parts and it's reliable parts and things that people can count on. We don't want to. We're not in the business of creating something just to make a quick buck. I want to create not just an exhaust system. I want to create the best exhaust system with the best service. And if you have a problem with it, we can fix it. We can remedy it. We can make sure that you have the best possible customer experience with any of our products.
Oh, very cool. And obviously, that's going to be a UTV Race Shop.
Yeah.
And get all kinds of parts from there to not only support your car, but also the exhaust that you're purchasing from you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can we see that video one more time as we close this out? Again, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Best luck with your all your race teams are running your product. I'm going to keep an eyeball now on those things. So once again, thank you so much for coming up here. And can we see the promo code and all that kind of stuff? Here we go. Check
Perfect.
it out.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualified P2 for the main today, so me and Kanan Baker will start along side by side. So the track's been changing every time we've been out. For our practice yesterday morning, the track was super gripped up. The bites were on the money, and then for our main yesterday, it was pretty blue grooved out there. So we struggled a little bit on the bites. Might make a tire change today. Might put some SC1s on. I'm not really sure yet. But it definitely makes for some good racing. The track overall is in great shape. There's no ruts out there. You're able just to really throw the car in the corner and carry a lot of speed. So track's been amazing. So I can't say anything bad about that. Just really looking forward to today.
My name is Josie Watkins, and I raced the car number 237 in the Expert NA class. Yesterday was the heat races, and I was, I want to say 5th. I finished 5th, and I don't know, it was just a rough day for me. I wasn't really in the game. I feel like my mojo wasn't there, but today's a whole different game. Today's the mains, and I feel like everything's going to go pretty well. I feel like the mojo's back.
I'm Randy Border, running the class Turbo Amateur. Had a bad year last year, started out bad, coming better this year. I finally got the car to run. I took the P1 position for the mains today. Hopefully I can stay out front. We're scraping by racing with lee nose and rusty pipes. The track conditions was real good yesterday. The track crew did excellent on the track. Just hopefully I can keep it out front today.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
ski. I race amateur FI and women's FI. And I just got done with qualifying for the day. We're going to head into the heats later. Amateur FI, I made it one lap, unfortunately, and we had a little incident. The whole front left of the car is torn up. Mike's behind me. He's trying to get it all together for us. So we had to take the backup car out for women's FI. And didn't see how I qualified yet. I felt good in the car, so hopefully a top 3 would be nice. We're about to step into the heats here later today. I'm going to have to play some catch up in the amateur class. I'm starting like 9th or 10th, I think. Not too good, but hopefully that car is ready, the primary car. If not, we're going to have to take the other one back out again.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualified P2 for the main today, so me and Cannon Baker will start along side by side. So the track's been changing every time we've been out. For our practice yesterday morning, the track was super gripped up. The bites were on the money, and then for our main yesterday, it was pretty blue grooved out there, so we struggled a little bit on the bites. Might make a tire change today, might put some SC1s on, not really sure yet. But it definitely makes for some good racing. The track overall is in great shape. There's no ruts out there. You're able just to really throw the car in the corner and carry a lot of speed. So track's been amazing. So I can't say anything bad about that. Just really looking forward to today.
My name is Josie Watkins, and I race the car number 237 in the Expert NA class. Yesterday was the heat races, and I was, I want to say 5th. I finished 5th, and I don't know, it was just a rough day for me. I wasn't really in the game. I feel like my mojo wasn't there, but today's a whole different game. Today's the mains, and I feel like everything's going to go pretty well. I feel like the mojo's back.
I'm Randy Border, running the class Turbo Amateur. Had a bad year last year, started out bad, coming better this year. I finally got the car to run. I took the P1 position for the mains today. Hopefully I can stay out front. We're scraping by racing with Lee nose and rusty pipes. The track conditions was real good yesterday. The track crew did excellent on the track. Just hopefully I can keep it out front today.
My name's Doug Summers. I'm racing with Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class and the Vet 40 NA class as well. We're running a Polaris RS1 single seat. We're going to run it in both classes. We're here at round 2 at Visions. Round 1, we had a great showing. The second race in the Vet 40 class, our motor let go. So we're here with a fresh motor for round 2. And we're hoping everything's going to go well and go for a podium on this one. We're here. We did the test and tune earlier today. It went pretty well. It's hot today. The car's running hot. We're working on some of those issues. It was a good time out there. The car's doing what we needed to do, minus the overheating issue. It's handling well. The MRT tires are gripping real nice. The track was phenomenal, though. The guys were doing a killer job here. I'm a small business owner, and I know it's a struggle out here for a lot of us, to be able to get out here and get away from your job and your work. And I couldn't do it without DM Bruce Owner Solutions. Not only them, but Precision Metalworks, Call Valley Industrial, PPEI, Seek Designs, HVRP, Ultimax, Fast House Racing.
This is Corey Willis with PPEI. We're out here at Mid-America racing the Heartland Racing Association. Beautiful track. They did a great job on the prep work. We just got done with qualifying. Me and my brother, teammate Jacob, the field stacked tight, where everybody all the way up to 4th place, we're all stacked within I think 2 or 3 tenths of each other. So the battles are going to be super tight in the race. Me and Cannon Baker were battling 1st place.
After the break, did a lot of track prep out there on the racetrack as we're getting ready for our next race. Once again, it's all experts. Is that what they're calling this? Here's our lineup real quick. We got a lot of cars, 17 cars coming out here. So on front row, we got Chase Kemp and John Calligrew. Row 2, Rusty Pipes and TJ Sewers. Is that right? No. Yeah, I got the wrong lineup here on timing and scoring. So we'll get squared away in just a moment. So it looks like yeah, this is definitely wrong. Is that Youth 1000? Okay, Youth 1000. Okay, it looks like Declan Shields on the front row. Got Code St. Peter, second row inside. So we might have a little bit of an issue. Kind of hang on tight. You can see JT Taylor's outside the pace truck right now. Evidently, Declan Shields, was it Declan? Yeah, Declan Shields has a radio inside his car for a spotter, but I don't think I think they forgot to turn it on. So right now we had somebody up here to let us know about it. He's going to let USAC race officials know about it and hopefully get it rectified before we start, because we don't want anybody out there in a semi-unsafe situation, which that could be. So once again, we got the Youth 1000 on the racetrack. It's Carson Greco and Declan Shields. Man, a replay of what we had earlier today. So once again, yeah, this is the Youth 1000. A little bit different. I should have known better anyways. It's supposed to be on the inside. Should have known better, but here we go. Carson Greco again and Declan Shields on the front row. We got Coach St. Peter, Miyakato, row 2. I'm telling you, the first 2 rows are absolutely stacked. The first 4 drivers, wow. This is going to be good to see going into turn 1. Row 3 inside, RJ Tremblay in the 181 and Ty Lukemeyer in the 225. In row 4 inside, Quentin Arnold in the 106 and Chance Bowden in the 111. Row 5 inside, Zoe Easton in the 124Z. And Tanner Thompson starting the back of the pack once again in the 21. Still getting used to that brand new car for him. Stepping up a class, but guaranteed with his wheel time, he'll get faster and faster. There's no doubt about it. And again in row 6 inside, the final row. The 25 of Drake Sontag and Briley Lutz in the 538 as we get ready to go. JT Taylor's making sure everything's okay. But I'm telling you, the more times you make JT get out of that air-conditioned pace truck, as he's talking to Tanner right now for a second. Yeah. I don't think I'm ever, just a little side story real quick. I don't think I'm ever going to bring my wife to a race again. Actually, she drove herself. She surprised me. She's been gone for a week, and on the way home, she, right down our road, not far from home, found a kitten on the side of the road. So guess what is in our house right now? A little tiny kitten. She's trying to save the world. 1 horse, 1 dog, and one goat and cat at a time. We've got a little petting zoo of everything you can think of at our place. But yeah, we got a brand new kitten as of last night. She likes to sleep in the mornings on her weekends. But guess what she was doing? I've got this little app called, was it 360 or something like that? And I can track her with her cell phone. She likes to sleep in the morning. Guess where she was at 7 o'clock? She's out of bed, out of the house. She's in town buying cat litter and cat stuff. Really? So here we go. As we're coming around the corner, JT Cheddar's pulled off the track and ready to take the green flag. Once again, we got Declan Shields and Carson Greco. Declan right on the side of Greco. Greco's getting to be quite the hole shot artist. The last 3 races he's been in, I think all 3 he's pulled the hole shot, so he's getting quick. He's quite the restart artist. So once again, Greco's picking up right where he left off. I know I've said that a lot when it comes to him. But he's already about a 10, 12 car length lead over the rest of the field. Declan Shields still running second. And Coach St. Peter had a decent day. But for him, the kid that is used to being on the podium or the top spot in the podium, yesterday wasn't that great. Because I think he finished third. Miyakato right now coming across the line in third spot. Coach St. Peter currently fourth. But Coach's a smart driver. He'll figure this out. He's relatively new to the Youth 1000 class, so he's still figuring out that car of his as well. And he's a smart driver. He's not going to go out and try to win this race in the first corner. So he understands how to play that second half competition yellow thing. Hey, for all the people that can hear me, whether they be at home on the side of the hill, I'm not sure if our sound system is turned on out on the hill or not, but if you do hear me, hey, go to Heartland Racing Association Facebook page and hit like. Let's get some likes out there. And if by chance you'd like as well, take a picture, post it to Facebook, hashtag Heartland Racing, HRA, whatever it may be, and do the same thing on MAO's website as well. Let's get the ball rolling in a brand new organization. Carson Greco crosses the line. Pretty comfortable lead right now on Declan Shields. Miyakato getting a little pressure from Coach St. Peter in that 4 spot. Right now, Greco's lap time his best lap time is on lap number 2, which is just completed. And he's the only driver out of the entire field that is the 111 group in the bracket. Everyone else is 112 and up. He's the only driver in the 111 time bracket. Miyakato doing a really good job here this afternoon. I should say this morning still. Yeah, still. Not even 11 o'clock yet. Wow. You see the track is still a little bit greasy right there from the track grooming we had between races. So they're still getting used to that. Man, this could really screw up a driver too if you had the wrong tires on, all set to go for a dry track, and then you're up right after a track grooming where they threw a bunch of water down. That could really screw things up as well. And Coach St. Peter gets a nice run out of the turns. They cross the line, completing another lap. He's right on the back bumper of Miyakato, who's right on the back bumper of Declan Shields. This is a great battle starting to form for second, third, and fourth, as Greco right now is nowhere to be seen. He's out of the picture. Let's see. There he is at the top of the hill. He's got a sizable lead. Now I'm wondering, a car can get tired, if you want to call it that, real quick out there on this racetrack with these kind of conditions. As we're running how does a drone get roosted? That's getting close to the action. For all the fans at home, that's what that is on the top part of the camera. A little mud clod got kicked up on a drone. I think Code wants that spot from Miyakato before the comp yellow. He's getting a little racy out there, but then as soon as I say that, Miyakato pulls out caps that advantage. And there's the comp yellow. Didn't do it quite in time. As Greco, Shields, Cotto, St. Peter, Tremblay cross the line. I believe it's Luke Meyer, I think, will cross the line in that 6th spot. Yep, and Quentin Arnold right behind. It'll be Chance Bowden and Tanner Thompson. So we'll get everybody lined up, regrouped, all set up for the second half. And I do believe you're going to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of drivers like Declan and Code right now running 2nd and 4th. Again, a big, huge thank you to, I know I mentioned a couple of times, but I just can't quite do it enough. First and foremost, the man behind the scenes that started stirring the pot, thought that we need to make this happen. We need to bring the live stream back to the series, back to Mid-America Outdoors, and support the brand new series that is Heartland Racing Association. And Josh Caperton pretty much got on the horn and started talking to drivers, talking to companies, some sponsors he might knew. Hey, would you be interested? We got to get this live stream going. Can we get this taken care of? And he's the guy that spearheaded this whole thing. And I don't know how many phone calls it took or emails or such or text messages, but Josh made it happen. And the list is pretty substantial with some pretty big names in the sport. But, yeah, St. Peter Metalworks is one of the companies. Dinger Excavation, GFW Trailers from Dallas-Fort Worth area, St. Peter Motorsports, Lee Knowles and Rusty Pipes, Randy Boyder from Scrape By Racing. They jumped on board. Double E Racing. George was up here yesterday, talked to us for a little while. Jordan Berza in his company. We also want to thank Fast House Roofing, Construction, and Fencing. Okay. Oh, Johnny K jumped on board just yesterday. So we want to thank Johnny K Racing for being a part of bringing the live stream to the park and to the series. The Baker family, Baco Racing and Kemp Racing and KAW Racing. Want to thank all those. I believe that didn't you tell me KAW is owned by Berza? Was it Jordan Berza? Oh, Doug. Yeah, there you go. Green flag is out. We're back underway. Does Declan Shields have anything for Greco? Does St. Peter have anything for Mia Cotto? And just like that, a quick 10-car advantage for Greco. Carson is starting to check out, but here comes Code St. Peter to the inside. Problem is, he's on the outside right now with this right-hander. He'll duck to the inside. Oh, they make slight contact. And still not completing the pass. And now just does. Kind of rubbed off Miyakato just a tad over the bridge jump. And here comes is that Tremblay? There he is. There's Tremblay right there coming up on Cotto. She might have some sort of a problem. She might have something mechanical going on. But boy, talk about a big separation right now from first, second, and third. And here comes Miyakato right back on Code. Well, on the white flag lap, I don't think, unless there's something horribly catastrophic happened to Carson Greco. Declan's going to have to be in the second spot on the podium, but is he making up ground? And by the camera angle, it looks like he may be, but still it's a long way to go. Yeah, it's a long way to go with just about a half a lap remaining. Code St. Peter in that third spot. Miyakato and Tremblay still trying to track down Miyakato. There's a shot for a pass right there for fourth, but Tremblay's got to make it stick. Here we go, a little tap on the inside. Miyakato, she falls back. Tremblay will move up on the last lap. He'll move up one spot. Maybe she just got tired. Who knows? Because, you know, that can happen. On a rough track, hot day, you can get tired as they cross the line. There's the checkered flag in hand. Carson Greco will take the win in the Youth 1000 here for round 2 of the 2024 season of the Heartland Racing Association. Declan Shields will finish second, a very respectable second. Code St. Peter worked really hard for this final podium spot. RJ Tremblay, nice move in the last half lap to move up into the top 5, and Miyakato will drop back to 5th. Zoe Easton 6th. Quentin Arnold, Ty Lukemeyer, Chance Bowden, Tanner Thompson moves up into the top 10. So good race by everybody out there. They worked very, very hard. So once again, first, second, and third, Greco, Shields, and St. Peter. And that is the results of the Youth 1000. Coming up next, the Youth 800. Youth 800 coming up next. I got to tell you, I was down in the viewing area down below at the bottom of the hill. It is nice down there. In the shade, the breeze. Oh, my gosh, yeah. It's got to be 15 degrees at least, maybe even 20, pushing it. Cooler down there than it is up here on the hill. You can see that the easy ups or the 10x10s are set up for the drivers in staging to park in the shade before they come out here onto the track. I can't believe she got a kitten. The last thing we need. Oh.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Youth cars are coming down the hill from staging, headed towards the racetrack. This is, I tell you, Josh, I really like that particular tune. For a moment like this, it just works. I don't care if it's the Youth 170s or the Pro Turbos. A moment like this, that is like the perfect cowboy, gunslinger, you know, walking out of the dust into the sun kind of tune. So here's our lineup as they come out onto the track on the front row. Tucker Berza on the outside of row 1, Slade Dowden on the pole. Row 2 inside, Sam Hubler in the 26, Allison Furnell in the 186, Kennedy Hartzell in the 865s inside of row 3, Case Beeman outside of her. And in the final row, Tillman Ewing in the 75. 7 cars making the call. JT Taylor up there in that really cool looking Ford Ranger. Getting them all lined up. He'll pull towards the camera to the left and turn them loose. You'll see him in just a second when they make the turn. Yeah, Slade Dowden was crazy fast yesterday in the heat race. We'll see if he can pick up and run with it again today. There he goes. He'll pull to the left off the race course. We're going to the green flag. Watch for that yellow zone. There it is. I'm sorry, the orange zone. There it is. Held him about halfway through. Slade Dowden accelerates, and the green flag's in the air. He'll pull the whole shot once again. Already 4 or 5 car lengths advantage as we have one car slow to the turn. Let's see, is that the number 3? Yeah, it is. That was Case Beeman. Lost 1 or 2 spots right from the drop of the green flag. They're already gapped out. Oh, on the inside, here we go from 4th to 3rd. Is that Hubler? Yeah. No, I'm sorry. That was Case Beeman. Beeman moved up 1 spot in a very aggressive move to the inside. But it looks like Hartzell now has ducked out right behind. So Hartzell is now pressuring Beeman. No, I'm sorry. That's Kennedy Hartzell. That's who it was that made do to the inside. So Kennedy is the one that moved up 1 spot in front of Case Beeman. Beeman drops back 1. Here they come across the line, completing lap number 1. Again, there will be a competition yellow. So it's Dowden, Berza, Hubler, Hartzell, and Furnell, our top 5. We want to thank also the guys from PPI for being here and helping us out. We also want to thank, you know what? It was kind of cool having the gang up here from UTV Race Shop because they realized how warm it was in here. And you know what? You guys need a fan. So they brought up a little bit larger fan up into the production truck. So more tussling going back and forth. It looks like Case Beeman now gets around Allison Furnell. So Beeman moves up 1 spot. Just a little bit of a right rear to left front love tap as he goes by. Moves up that 1 spot. So once again, Dowden, Berza, Hubler, our top 3. Kendall Hartzell. 4th, Case Beeman. Like I say, just moved up a moment ago on Allison Furnell. So a little bit less than 5 laps remaining. Coming towards, I want to say in a lap or so, will be the comp yellow. Nothing really been going on the last lap or half a lap or so, as it looks like a few of them made passes, kind of established their position, kind of setting themselves up for the second half. Kenny still Dowden, Slade Dowden up front. As it looks like he's slowing because of the comp yellow, waiting for the rest of the field to catch up. He has such a dominant lead right now. So the rest of the cars come back around. Tucker Berza crosses line. He'll jump up and behind Dowden in just a second. JT Taylor's out there right now. Park that Ford Ranger right in front of Slade. So JT's got the cars all parked up, bumper to bumper, single file line. How you doing, Carlisle? Yeah? He's like one of the only guys here that looks cool. No, I meant cool as in like hip. So where is he taking him? So it looks like he's got them lined up, trying to get them all situated and nice and tight before he turns them loose. As looks like we have one car just stalled now, the last car in line. That would be Tillman Ewing. Looks like his car stalled, And JT will pull off to the side. Let's see if he turns them green. And looks like we're going back to racing for the second half. There'll be 3 laps remaining this time. Oh, man. Dowden held him way late past the second cone. He was completely out of the starting zone before the green flag flew. So that was an interesting maneuver. Oh, man! Talk about a maneuver right there. Allison Fresnel hopped the back tire, the left front to right rear of Kennedy Hartzell, got up on 2 wheels really high and was able to save it. Didn't lose any gap at all, but still a pretty dramatic moment there for a second. And how about that? Slade Dowden's already checked out to about a 20-car length lead over Tucker Berza. There's Hubler right on the back bumper of Berza. I see one of our safety trucks moving. Oh, there we go. Just out of sight, we have a car on its side. I can't quite tell who it is at this moment, but the yellow is out. And whoever it is right smack dab in the middle of the race course. So that might constitute a full course yellow. I don't know. And you can see JT. No, it'll be just a yellow zone as he's out on the racetrack, but he's out on the track with a flag standing there. So it'll just be a yellow zone. So they can race up to where JT is at. Then it'll be a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, no passing, no making up the gap of the driver in front of you until you get past the incident site, and then you can go back to green flag racing the rest of the way. And right there, that Slade just really slows down. Nice sportsmanlike deal there. And there's the incident site. Still can't quite tell who that is. Slade Dowden's back full green. Berza, Beeman, Hubler, all back to full green. And it looks like, is that Fresnel? I want to say that's Fresnel. Yeah, Allison Fresnel. Looks like, I don't see any damage to the car, so she might be able to get going again, but I'm not quite sure about that. Could be wrong. So this is a white flag lap for Slade Dowden as he just crossed the start-finish line right now, and it looks like Allison Fresnel, her day is going to be done as she's going off the track on a hook. But right now we're watching, for all the fans back at home, we're watching Slade Dowden virtually all by himself all weekend long. Every race he was in, he was just so dominant. And that car looks so different than every other car on there. We were mentioning it yesterday, how much it looks like a miniature version of what I call the Starfighter looking car of Kanan Baker. But very, very cool looking hot rod. This is how you respect a yellow zone right there, the yellow flags. Flag to the incident site, back to green flag racing. Again, this is a white flag lap. Once again, we got to thank Fast House Roofing and Construction. Chad, I want to thank you for jumping on board and helping the live stream and helping the sport. So a very cool thing. Check them out there in the Fort Worth, Texas area. If you're sporting hail damage or wind damage, that's the guy you want to talk to on your house. So checkered flag is out. That'll take the win for Slade Dowden. He'll be the winner in Youth 800 for round 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season. Second will go to Tucker Berza, third Case Beeman. There's our podium. Hubler will finish in that 4th spot. As I want to say, Kennedy Hartzell will come across the line in rounding out our top 5 with Tillman Ewing and Allison Fresnel being still. Oh, yeah, there she goes off the track right now on a hook. So tough break for her. Getting ready now for our next race. And I am so pretty today. I got like 2.5 hours of sleep. Had a race last night down at Arrowhead Speedway. The sprint cars were there. Got back to Mid-America Outdoors about 2:15, 2:30, and that whole cabin was, production crew was just sawing wood. Woo! Nice shot of the park at the very top of the screen. That's where everybody should be. That's the pool area. We got some fans down there in the viewing area down below. That's actually really nice. Nice and cool, comfortable, shade, breeze. You know what? Let's take a moment in race action. Take a quick break as we're going to get ready to come back with more racing in just a moment. How about some commercials in the meantime? Check it out right now.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Getting ready for our next race. You see them on the track right now doing the parade lap as we get one car being pulled off, and the rest are coming on, controlled by JT Taylor. It is going to be Expert Turbo, and we got some big names in this race right now. On that front row, it's going to be Chase Kemp in the 113 alongside Rusty Pipes in the 47. It's going to be hard to outrun him on the front row. Row 2 inside, John Callagher in the 57 and Lee Knowles in the 41. Brand new motor for him. He had issues in race 1 this morning. We'll see if he's got that taken care of. Row 3 inside, the 978 of Rick Schroeder, and outside the 87 of Jacob Hill. And then row 4 inside, the 137 of Reese Fullman and Eliana Baker outside in the 12. Row 5 inside, the 431 of Bree Seek. And I got to check it out right now to see if Ryder made the call, but hopefully Ryder Van Beekem in the 64 is out on the track. We've got in-car camera right now. Kemp. Okay, we got it. That's an in-car camera of our pole sitter. I love that view right now. Look at those eyes. Chase Kemp starting on the pole. Look how clean that car is. I guarantee it's not going to look like that by the end of the race, but looking real good right now. The concentration. Oh, now we're getting fancy. Picture in a picture. Holy smokes. Josh is way too bored in here. He's trying all that new stuff. JT Taylor's off the track. Here we go. Green flags in hand. We're about to go racing, and there it is. We're underway. Looks like Kemp has the advantage going to that left-hander up the hill. Oh, and he rubs Rusty Pipes just a little bit and pulls away to a 4-car length lead here. They at the top of the hill, not going down. Just jockeying for position right about now. Nose to tail. Kemp with the early advantage. Rusty Pipes a little bit further back, probably about 4 or 5 car lengths. And now it's just a train back from there. Gotta tell you, Kemp was looking pretty comfortable inside that car right now. Clean air. There's nobody in front to kind of clog up his vision. Roost him, get that car full of mud. He's out front all by himself right now. Completing lap number 1 as he crosses the start-finish line. Rusty Pipes, Gallagher in that 3rd spot. Lee Knowles and Rick Schroeder almost side by side across the line. A little bit further back, there's some racing going on side by side. Let's see who it is. Is that Aliana? I think Aliana moved up 1 spot on Hill. I think that's who it was, Aliana. Tell you, it's a brand new car for her. Once she gets that thing figured out, I'm sure she'll pick up right where she left off from last year when she was just so fast, so precise and smooth. Kemp, Rusty Pipes, Gallagher are still our top 3 across the line, completing lap number 2. Lee Knowles, Rick Schroeder, and Aliana Baker. Yep, that's who it was. Moved up 1 spot in that last lap. Aliana now has Schroeder and Lee Knowles set in sight. She's right up on the long side. She's on the outside right now. Aliana making the pass on Schroeder to the outside up in that Talladega Hill. And down the hill, and now she's got the spot. But Schroeder's going nowhere. He's right now on her back bumper. And meanwhile, Aliana's going after Lee Knowles. It was really cool to have Lee Knowles up here in the booth yesterday afternoon. He was talking about her and how clean of a racer, how fast she is and how smooth she is. And right now, there she is, getting past Lee Knowles. Aliana's moved up another spot. Aliana, I believe, now is in that 4th position. She's gotten past 2 cars on the last lap right before the competition yellow. She's doing exactly what she needs to do before the comp yellow comes out. And she still has another lap to work over John Gallagher to try to get in that top 3. Man, we may have a really good second half race starting to form up right about now. She's got a little bit of a gap back to 4th. There's a little bit of a gap between her and John Gallagher. But like I said, the comp yellow's coming out now, this time by the start-finish line. So that will change everything. That means, I think more so than anything, Chase Kemp has to get up on that wheel because there's a whole lot of mayhem going on behind him. As he'll come across the line and he'll score the top spot at the comp yellow. So nice run for Kemp early on. Rusty Pipes, John Calligrew, and Aliana Baker. She'll come across the line in fourth, and now things will get interesting. This is going to be an incredible second half. And once again, look how clean that car is. I don't even know, maybe get out a damp rag and wipe that car off, and it'd be good to go for the next race. I don't even know if he's used a tear-off yet. Just a moment ago, you could see him talking to a spotter. You see him working the radio controls. So you got Kemp, Pipes, Calligrew, Baker, Knowles, top 5. And no slouch in Schroeder and Hill right behind with Fullman and Seek. And I just happened to glance down and see that Ryder wasn't able to make the call again. Tough weekend. If they're still here, and anybody knows that they're still here and can talk to them, please let them know. I'd love to see Robert or Ryder or both of them down here in the booth to talk to them. They deserve to be up on the live stream and talk about their race program. And I'd rather not talk about how their weekend went, but just the fact they came out here for round 2, I want to thank them so much. Long haul from Phoenix, Arizona, to be a part of our round number 2 of the Heartland Racing Association. And as we look at our lineup, oh man, Josh, this song for right now is so apropos. JT Taylor's got control of the field right now. In about a minute or so, he'll get them all lined up, aimed at the start-finish line where they can see the flag man, and he'll pull off to the left side of the course to the inside. Kemp is looking so strong and so comfortable inside that car for all the fans back at home. Love that angle on the in-car camera. Once again, we want to thank Johnny K Motorsports for jumping on board. I guess it was yesterday to help out the series of the live stream. So thank you so much for Johnny K Racing or Motorsports. All right, what does Rusty Pipes have for Kemp? What does Calligrew have for Rusty Pipes? And what does Aliana Baker have for Calligrew? We're about to find out. Our leader has now hit the first cone, and he accelerates. We're back underway. Up the hill they go, now down the hill in that tight left-hand 180. Aliana didn't get the jump that I expected out of her, but she's still right there in the mix of things, running in fourth. As she'll go to the outside, way high up on the hill. Let's see if she gets shot over the can and try to take advantage of that extra momentum coming down. She makes up ground on Calligrew, but not quite enough to take advantage. And what I love about that is I know who's spotting for her right now, and it's her brother, Kanan Baker. And he's telling her to go high up there. Let's work this multiple lines. So he's helping her find out what works for that car and what might not work for that car. And again, Rusty Pipes now going after Kemp, putting pressure on our leader that wasn't there in the first half. Things are getting spicy right about now. There'll be 2 laps remaining this time by. 2 laps remaining. Baker now pressuring Calligrew as they go into that hard left-hander. Tell you, with less than 2 laps remaining, with a lap and a half, if there's going to be any aggressive driving going on or any pressure putting on the car in front of you, now it's got to happen. Aliana's got to pressure real hard Calligrew, and she does. She puts a little bumper on the back of Calligrew. Did I see a right rear flat? I thought I saw a right rear flat right at the last second on Calligrew. Yeah, he's got a right rear flat. That's going to make those left-hand turns very, very difficult for him. Can he hold off? No, he can't. Here comes Aliana Baker now for third. She'll move up into the third. Now sets her sights on Rusty Pipes, who's going after Chase Kemp. Little bit of a gap as they got the white flag. So we're on the white flag lap right now. I don't think there's time for Eliana to jump up into that mix with the top two. And she's pretty far back. But Rusty Pipes, you can kind of tell if you look at the in-car camera on Chase Kemp, for the fans back at home, you can see the intensity of those eyes and that grip on the steering wheel a little bit tighter. And that intensity in those eyes just amped up quite a bit. Look at it, Seesaw back in the fourth. He's up on that wheel big time with a half a lap remaining. He knows right now Rusty Pipes is right behind. But Rusty himself is running out of time. Yeah, he pulled away. There's a nice gap back to second. So he'll come around that final corner, aimed at the straightaway. There it is, and there's the checkered flags. Winning round number 2 in Expert Turbo will be Chase Kemp. Rusty Pipe second. How about Aliana Baker will finish third in that final podium spot with John Calligrew fourth. Lee Knowles. Oh, Lee Knowles made it past on the last lap, so Lee will move up in the fourth. Rick Schroeder in the top 5, and tough break for Calligrew as he got a right rear flat tire about a lap and a half ago. So he fell back. He was running in the top 4, I believe it was. Actually, I think it was third. And right rear flat tire, and he fell back to the 9th finishing position. But nice race right there. Expert Turbo. Again, our top 3, Chase Kemp, Rusty Pipes, and Aliana Baker as we get ready now for our women's Turbo and NA. And we got a big field out there of 11 cars as well. Here's our front row. Ryan Denny and Ariel Boyarsky. 2 very, very quick drivers right there. As our timing and scoring check back to our finishing order on Expert Turbo.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick car.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing.
So once again, we're getting ready for our next race, Women's Turbo and NA. And I got to tell you, I'm really, really happy that somebody caught these guys. In fact, I guess you were actually listening on the radio. But we got the Van Beeken boys up here. I don't think there's any tougher weekend that any single race team has had in the meantime. Yeah, get that up to your mouth, even though you're a big talker, but you still need that mic up to your mouth a little bit. I got the Van Beeken boys, Ryder Van Beeken here next to me, and Robert, his dad, right over there on the side. We're just about to take the green flag. Feel free to jump in and help me call this race, guys, but we'll talk about your program a little bit, and I'll try to avoid the weekend. But the green flag is out. We're underway. Denny and Boyarsky on that front row. Looks like Ryan Denny got the whole shot. She's been pretty quick the last couple of weekends of racing, not only here at Heartland Racing Association, but also at Texas Outlaw Series.
Yeah, as you know, Denny's Ryder's biggest competitor out west at the Core Series. It's him and her that are up in the championship right now.
Aren't they from Ohio?
No, they're from Arizona. Yeah. They're from that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Denny and Ryder's the only top competitors there running the Core class. So they're constantly at 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Denny won it once, and Ryder's won the last couple, and Denny's won it one time at the on a really tight track, and she's a very good driver. And obviously here with her getting this time in, she's going to be an even better driver.
Wheel time.
We're great watchers, though. You know, we're just sitting here watching everybody. We'll watch and learn this time.
You're very expensive spectators this weekend.
That's all right. We just love being here to this great hot weather.
Well, I'm not going to say you should be used to it, but you're used to the temperature, just not the humidity side of things.
Yes, sir. Wow, looks like Denny's got a great start on the start. She's kind of checking out.
Yeah, there's something about the what do I call it? I quite don't understand what goes on in the racetrack. The hill of the green flag, and all of a sudden, all the cars just separate for the first half of the race, and they come together obviously for the comp yellow, but then they separate when they go back to green, and with about 2 laps to go in the race. all of a sudden all naturally start coming together again. And I don't quite figure out what that's all about.
Well, that's the unfortunate part with when you have a track with a caution. So they know that they can relax, keep their cars cool, keep them going, that they know they're going to restart and gather back up. And their chance to win, if they're not out front, their chance to win is when they come back after the caution.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I've won plenty of times after the caution.
Yeah. That's what I like about it. In fact, what's cool about it also is the fact that it was Johnny Greaves in the very first race that we had instituted that back in the core days. He was almost lapped coming up to the Comp Yellow, just to prove a point that it doesn't matter. You can still win from last place. So he did the lap, came back, assumed the last position on the track. Green came out for the second half, and he did. He won the race.
Yeah, well, you've probably seen even at the end of the year when we were doing it here last year, Van Ill Rider here came from the back twice and went all the way to the front.
That's what's so heartbreaking this weekend. I mean, it's like I was excited to see those. The graphics in those cars are gorgeous this year for you guys. So
yeah,
nice
they're brand
job
new
on that.
cars. You know, it's we thought we would not have any issues with these Can-Ams. Unfortunately, we had very, very unusual issues with them. So I guess they got a gear train and a drivetrain that drives the water pump. And both cars, as soon as we got here, lost those gears. We replaced them. Thank God for Scott Champion for giving us a set of gears. But unfortunately, we'd already heated the cars up and lost head gaskets.
No.
So look at Danny go.
How about this? Yeah, Boyarsky.
Now we got a race.
Yeah.
Mariska's catching right back up. Come on. She started going, and then she made one mistake, and there goes Danny again. Well, it looks like Watkins in that NA car is sure keeping pretty close to those Can-Ams. I know we got two different classes here, but it's cool to see that we got one of the NAs right up there with the Can-Ams.
Well, real quick, let's talk about what you got going out in Phoenix with the new series there.
Oh, we got Core.
Oh, no.
Champion.
Who's this here? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right.
But
Hubler with the missing
Hubler?
wheel.
Hubler? There's something definitely broken that be right
Yeah,
rear,
looks
I
like
think it
looks
is.
like a hub. Typical, unfortunately, hub bearing in these cars.
There's something else going on there I can't help but think. That looks like it might have been a barrel roll, the way they're working on things there.
Yeah, they did push in a hurry, didn't they? Look at Mariska coming right back there.
Yeah, Boyarsky's just easy gains.
Okay.
Easy.
Yeah, slow down. Don't want to see dust. See, that's what we don't like to see.
Well, there's one. I don't mind what I'm seeing right now because with the yellow and they're working on the Hubler right now, but the fact that there was an issue, you can guarantee the red flag would be out right about now.
Yeah,
so
yeah, you're right.
That's one good issue. Oh, wow. What happened to Boyarsky? Did she
Well,
burp her a little bit, know that they were coming up to the yellow?
She slowed down a little more than Danny did. Danny kind of took off. These other cars are really checking up. Oh, Barbie's checking up. It took off a little earlier, but
you know what? They're still working on Hubler.
Yeah, it's got to be somewhat serious. They're not getting her off the track in a hurry. Otherwise, they just anytime if it was me, they'd yank me right off. I try to get myself out of the way. I know there's a race going on.
Hook them and pull them.
You know, nothing worse when you're in your line, in your groove, and somebody breaks a car, slows you down. It's kind of a disappointing as a driver.
So there's the competition coming out,
go.
and you see Ryan Denny had crossed the line on the top spot. Ariel Boyarsky second. Josie Watkins moved up in that third spot. Jazzy Ware fourth, and fifth Pleasant Matthews, Brooklyn Singleton, and Annie Chance seventh with Peyton Dowdy and Kennedy Singleton eighth and ninth. And they're still working on Hubler.
Yeah, we'll see if Ware or Matthews got something for the two up front. We'll see if we can bring the Singleton, some of these other cars back up. With this caution, like I said, they could just be waiting. We'll see what they got.
So, well, I'm kind of surprised they haven't thrown the red, to be honest with you right now. Is that
Anyways, back to our program.
Yeah, exactly.
The Championship Off-Road is a great new series. We had 220 cars count. We had a great count, almost double what we had here this weekend for our first races. It's been really, really good. Very well run. And we're hoping for some new. They're hoping for some new sponsors. You know, as you may know, that R&R Still Racing is the main sponsor of this series. We're just doing what we can as playing our part to make this make short course racing great again. Unfortunately, it's died across the whole country. We don't see many cars nowhere, Works Racers or Core or anywhere. Losing gas last year kind of hurt. They got a couple small series in California, but we don't have a lot. So everybody needs to play their part as a racer or a sponsor to help get these series back going again. These promoters can't do it on their own. It's too much money. They don't realize they think they're making money, but they're not. It's not just no money in this.
Yeah.
We need who we're spending money with. We need these sponsors to step up.
Well, and the thing is, in your area specifically, there's such a competition for that entertainment dollar.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the revival of the drag race, the drag strip out there. So you're competing with that. Even though you're on the same facility, you're still basically competing with companies in the area that might be interested in sponsoring a racing series, and you're competing with NHRA and that racetrack not only. But it's still, the sport's very, very strong. Competitor-wise, it's very strong out in your area.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, no, very strong. We got the Wellers. We got a bunch of good big competitors out there. We still have some of our big sponsors of Weller Racing. We got a few good groups out there. We just need them to, like I said, I've been in this industry now racing. Next year's 20 years in a side-by-side. I don't think anybody's raced as long as many times as I have in a dang side-by-side.
Yeah, I remember that name back in the early core days. Yeah,
I mean,
at the quarry.
A long time, The good part is that as being a 52-year-old man, I do have almost 400 podiums in a side-by-side. So done pretty well. But anyways, but as a racer and as a sponsor, I do understand that some of these sponsors don't feel that these racers sell their vehicles or sell their part. But as the guy in this industry, I call BS on that. These racers are who you can't tell you how many people come to me and ask me what car do you think's best, what part do you think's best. These are just guys going to the dunes. So we do sell these parts. So whether they say it or not, us racers is who they need to really. I just hope to see more sponsors, not even so much as the racers, as for these programs that we have here. I mean, Heartland won't be able to keep going without good sponsors. We need the sponsors.
Well, I think that's going to materialize real probably as soon as November.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yes. You're very true. We have a lot. We all could either be fighting for food in November, or we could have something great. But we'll see. That's honest to God our biggest issue right now, for sure.
Yeah, and I think there'll be all of a sudden an instantaneous smile on a lot of people's faces in the racing world. To get Ryder involved in this whole thing, where do you want your career to go, and how far do you think your dad will take you before he goes, okay, here's my notebook of sponsors, here's my notebook on how to do it. It's up to you. How do you think that's going to work out for you, Ryder?
Honestly, I'm not sure right now. Obviously, I've been racing since I was 3, so about 11 years now, 12 years now. And right now, I'm focused on getting better, improving on my racing, and building motors. So.
Oh, really? You build the motors?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yes, all our motors. The Carson Greco's 2 motors that he just went with, Ryder built them all. Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, Rob Muzzy's been teaching them, and those were Ryder on hands, built all those motors. Yeah.
How come I hearing about this the first time?
Well, this is new because he just graduated high school at 15. So he's been
really?
Yeah.
And you just,
yeah.
Boy, have I been out in left field. Holy crap.
Yep.
So either I'm going to do a small business with motor building and at some point maybe take over the company as a maid and just do motors and whatever on the side. But until then, I'm going to keep racing. I'm going to take a high-performance tuning school, so I'll learn all the basics to tuning.
Do you want to gear it still towards off-road, or you just let it kind of happen organically to take it where it goes?
I would like to keep off-roading. Obviously, it's a very expensive sport, with us especially. Yeah, it all just depends, really, on how life goes after this year, for sure.
Well, you've kind of taken me back just there for a moment with all the things that have been going on in your life in the last 6 months or a year or so, between graduating high school very early and the engine, learning how to build engines and that whole kind of thing, and where you're actually gearing. Where do you see him going, RBB?
Well, let's hope what I'd like to see him do is, honestly, this program that I bought a really great program inside of Australia. It's a high-performance training program. It teaches you basic fabrication and SolidWorks and all these different mechanics on building race cars, wire harness, and everything. And I'm hoping to God he takes our company to a different level and automates it. But as of right now, let's get back to this race.
Yeah, we got Ryan, Danny once again, Boyarsky, and Watkins.
Let's see what Watkins,
our top three.
If Watkins could catch them Can-Ams.
Beautiful start.
Not so much for Watkins. Something happened. She was asleep.
No, that's just that NA. Unfortunately, those Can-Ams just got that much go. That's all RS1s around her. See, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 9 are RS1s. So there's no more. Unfortunately, I don't see another turbo car out there at the moment. Did we have one?
I do believe that 4x4 Barbie is in a turbo
Oh,
car.
I'm sorry, 4x4. Sorry, 4x4. She's definitely she's the new mother, and she's back there. She's catching up.
Jazzy Ware is doing pretty good right now as well. She's out there in that 441. She's getting a little bit of contact going on a little bit further back.
Yeah, I met the Wares this weekend. Great family. What a great family. I was helping the dad clutch that car this weekend, and man, she's a new driver. She's definitely going to be an up-and-comer. They're trying to figure out the car, and they'll get it, and she'll learn to drive. She's fairly new.
Yeah, it's getting to a point now. These things are so technical, so they are setup eccentric.
Yes.
You can set up a car and be way out in left field.
That's correct.
You know,
for
they
sure.
talk about setups in NASCAR and things like that, tire
No, we're the
pressures
same
and all
way
that.
here, for
This
sure.
is the same thing, if not more so, with the shock setups and the tires and just also the ride heights and all these other things. And that's what's fun. That's what I like to do. And, you know,
it's a lot of work, man.
Hit the scale and
yeah.
it's a labor of love.
That's the crazy part. You know, we spend weeks working on these cars before we come out here, and then think the car is perfect when we get here and have these dumb little issues, which is it's just our luck for Oklahoma. I love the place. It's just our luck for Oklahoma. It's been that way. The rider's been good here, but unfortunate for myself, it's been. I don't think I finished too many laps on these tracks.
One race. 2
Yeah.
years ago.
I won it too. I won one race.
Have you ever seen a competition yellow?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with us in the sound system. I mean, talk to Josh. I mean, we had this whole thing tested and everything ready to go on Thursday. All we had to do is flip a switch on Friday morning.
Then we got the white flag. Yep.
And all of a sudden, nothing worked, and we couldn't find why. That guy right there was stressed for 3 hours before the show started yesterday, running around and doing this everywhere, up and just everywhere. So yeah,
we know it. We know what it's all about. It's something simple usually.
Telling you, it looks like Boyarsky's putting a little pressure on Denny on the white flag lap.
Oh, this is going to be a good race. Let's see if we get all in.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen pretty darn quick right now.
She's trying to take the inside. I don't see her getting it, but no, Denny got the drive. That's what happens when you try. Unfortunately, sometimes you take the inside. You think it's going to be faster, but that drive on that outside sweeper, Daytona sweeper, I call it, it's fast. You don't have to lift. And unfortunately, on the inside, you got to check up a little bit.
Oh,
look,
man.
Look at the drive with the two RS1s right here, too.
Yeah, Denny had to absolutely just basically stopped, turned to rotate, and then got back on the throttle, and that just messed up Boyarsky because she was set up for a turn.
Yeah, that's how she's used to with the mod cart, racing a mod cart for so many years. That's how you got to rotate those mod carts. So making it from a mod cart to a UTV is just so much different.
Ryan Denny comes around that final corner. There's the checkered flag in hand. She'll take the win for round 2 of the women's Turbo and NA. So Denny will take the win. Boyarsky second. Josie Watkins will hang on for third. Jazzy Ware. I keep getting that. I slipped up on Jazzy and Josie. Boy, did I get a speech about that last, I think the last race last year.
It's good to see Josie up at 1 and 2. That was pretty good.
As the rest of the field comes around, Brooklyn Singleton, Pleasant Matthews, Annie Chance, and Peyton Downey had a good race in that last lap, running toe-to-toe.
Yeah, you see Josie Watkins in that CJ Greaves last year car. She was trying to get used to it. He seemed to drive it pretty fast, but she's got to get the feel of that little car.
Yeah.
I know they're really not much different, but
yeah, well, you could get in any car.
With this youth, it's in their brain that's different.
You know, speaking of youth, I don't know which is the goofier person to hang out with in the pits between you or your dad. You seem like the instigator of stuff. Your dad just runs around helter skelter, just making stuff happen.
Yeah.
And your mom just sits there all by herself in her lawn chair with her cell phone in her hand, just shaking her head as you two just run helter skelter around the pits. It seems like.
Yeah, he doesn't have a filter when it comes to anything.
Yeah, well, I knew. That's I think everybody knows that.
Oh, I'm sure everybody does.
Yeah. Well, my father was the same way in life, and I turned out to be pretty good. So he's turned out to be a good kid.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
don't very much that kid doesn't know about life. I don't think parents should hold much from their children, teach them all of life as long as you can. So
definitely some things you should hold from me.
Well, what you don't learn from your dad, I know you read on the bathroom walls at school. You
well,
know?
the kid's homeschooled, so he's got to learn from somebody.
Oh, really?
Bathroom walls are their bathroom walls.
Getting ready for our next race, which was Amateur Turbo, coming up in just a moment. We've got 13 cars coming out there that's scheduled. That should be pretty good. And we're going to take a moment because Ariel Boyarsky is actually running this race, so they'll probably top off her field, check her tires. Maybe some other adjustments. Who knows?
If she's got the same car, it's a lot of work to get that car ready. We've done it last year, but they're going 900 miles an hour to make that happen.
She's on the front row as well. So
she's second spot.
Yeah, Randy Boyder's on the pole. Ariel Boyarsky's alongside. Row 2, Rich Raby being 8-11 on the inside. Colin Schmidt. Where'd these flies come from? On the outside of row 2. Row 3 inside, Brody Sands in the 107. Dylan Jacobson in the 144. Row 4 inside, Ryan Denny. She's coming back. I didn't realize that. She's coming back out here. She starts inside of row 4. Crichton Jordan outside of row 4 in the 417. Row 5 inside, Jackson Tucker in the 21 and Jared Beyer in the 919. Parker Frank in the 108 will be inside of row 6 along with Cameron Whitworth just outside. And rounding up the field of 13 cars, the 573 of Jeff Gorsuch. And it looks like we're going to take a little bit of a moment. How long? Take a little break. We've got some watering going on, which is a great thing. I love to see that. I'm telling you, this track is really holding tight. I'm kind of surprised with the sun beating down and the heat index. Hasn't really produced a whole lot of, if any, blue groove. I mean, I see something that looks kind of like it, but it could be just on the dry side. I don't know.
It's definitely blue grooved. It's definitely blue grooved.
Not as bad as it did yesterday. It was a little bit down this front stretch and a couple of the S turns back there, but definitely not as bad as it was yesterday.
I just can't imagine how many gallons of water are used up in a weekend like this.
Well, if they keep watering it like this right on that blue groove, and if they let it sit like they did the last couple races for 10 minutes or so, it turns into a perfect track. Maybe the first lap might be a little slippery, but after the second or third lap, it comes on, and this track is game on right after that. You can see, the blue groove forming up on the top. Actually forming pretty well. I think they could call that 1, 2, 3, turn 4. It's a nice. If you watched Carson Vale in it earlier, that kid was on fire. He was on 2 wheels coming through there. He was not lifted. It was good to watch him. You can tell that he's gotten some seat time since last time I got to race with that kid. He's definitely drove a lot faster. Heck, Ryder used to beat him. So it's been good to see these kids improve. You can tell they're definitely getting some seat time.
Yeah. How about Caden Baker?
Oh
my gosh,
that kid's on fire. There's just some natural people in this sport, unfortunately. Or fortunately, he's one of them. He's definitely got natural. I've been watching. It's crazy. We watched that kid when he first raced at Texplex 4 or 5 years ago, and he was just a mid-pack in the back, in RS1. And then I've watched him slowly get faster and faster and faster. Well, his parents spent the time what they needed to do to improve that kid. And he's game on. He's right on with it. And he stays focused. He does everything. I think in his entire life he's focused on everything he does. He's got. That's a good thing about this racing industry. I think these kids that are kept in this industry stay A students, A, B students, and their life runs the right direction because they know dang well if their parents are going to stop it the minute they're not focused in they're not focused in life, in school. They're going to pull them out of this.
Yeah,
why
exactly.
spend money if your kid's not going to?
I saw the improvement in Kanan, I think was a midpoint last season, I think it was, when all of a sudden you had one of the Miller boys spotting for him. And I don't know what was said during the race or what kind of help it was, but all of a sudden he went from one level, all of a sudden, boom, just like that in one race.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I think it was a race later, he was beating both the Miller boys. And that's when I think they debuted the Maverick. I think a week later, and Kanan had that social media post. I guess the Miller boys don't. Kanan doesn't like me beating the Miller boys. So they had to come out with a Maverick, something like that. Yeah. But yeah, what you said was absolutely true.
Yep.
Boy, you take up a lot of camera space there, RVB. Look at that.
Yeah.
He takes up the whole thing. Look at him, man. I did break it. I'm not just saying this because we're friends, but it really does break my heart for you to have the outcome this weekend that you did. I was so excited to see. I didn't know you were coming until probably 3-4 days ago. I was looking forward to seeing your whole crew, and your guys really bust their butts.
Oh yeah,
up there on those.
Well,
cars.
they do.
It's almost like they take it personal.
No, they do, and I got to listen to my wife. God has his path for us. There's a reason why we don't finish. There's a reason why we don't race. And we brought 4 cars here, and to not have one able to race is
really?
Yeah, not 1 out of 4. I mean, yeah, I could race my RS1 with no 4-wheel drive, but then I take a chance of taking somebody else out. That's not fair.
And
These
wrecking
guys are
something else in the car.
Yeah, I don't care about my car. It's the other racers on the track that I don't want to see get wrecked. You know, the minute I spun out, I was out there dancing yesterday, and it's just not fair to the other racers. They're out here for points. We're just out here to come see Oklahoma again, see round 2. We're not, we didn't make round 1, so we're not. Our plan wasn't to interrupt their point schedules. So.
I know you got one at home, but you came here so he could hit the pool.
Yeah. Well, we actually rented a house right down the road. That's crazy. When people like ourselves come to J Oklahoma, this town needs us. This town is small. There's no real income, and so they treat us like we go to the restaurants we go to. They treat us very well.
Yeah.
We rented a house for very minimal, and unfortunately, I was reading the book in this house, and it hadn't been rented in a couple months, and most of the people that were rented were racers. And it's like very sad because that hurts that homeowner and his economy. And the really cool part is yesterday, there's a breakfast place that we go to.
Nana's Cafe.
Nana Cafe, and we eat there. We've been eating there.
So the really small place,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
So we've been eating there since the day one, and they've been asking us for race shirts. So Meredith sent us race shirts last year, and we went in on Thursday when we came in and had breakfast with them. We told them we'd see them Friday. Well, we didn't expect to have working on the cars all night long, so unfortunately, by the time we got Riders Can-Am back together, we missed breakfast. And we get in there today, and they're like, "Hey, all of them had our shirts on, our race shirts on, and we missed it yesterday." I felt bad, but at least they're supporting us. I mean, that's how much this town really likes to see, And we just as simple as we go to Grove. There's a pizza place that we eat at in Grove and Goodfellas, and they know us by name up there, and they even know what we eat. They were disappointed they hadn't seen us in such a long time.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
That makes the trip worth it.
It does make it worth us for sure. We even know the fishing. We come here and we fish while we're here. We enjoy ourselves. So if we broke down, it's not a big deal. We're not in here for a point system. It's still a family deal. We're still having a great time. We're still making memories out here, right? I mean,
that's I was about to say that.
That's all we're doing. It's
when he's 35, 40 years old, and
when
you're sitting in a rocking chair, if that ever happens.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, remember that trip we did here or there, that kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, life can't be all about seriousness. We still got to enjoy it. So.
Wait a minute, when is it, man? With you, when is it?
I'm always enjoying it. I mean, I've been racing things too long. I don't need to be that serious. I'm enjoying it. It's all about him these days. But, again, we're not here for some points. We're here to get some seat time, to see old friends.
And we want to thank you for supporting the series, too, and coming out here. You heard that there was a decent car count the first round.
Yeah.
And I guess you made a deal with your gang.
Yeah.
So there's more than 100 cars. We'll go out for a round 2.
Yeah, that was our family. Yeah, we said as a family, we sat down last race. We watched it as much as we could live. I wish it was live like it is now. It's great. I love to see this live. It's worth the extra money to see this. This is how you get to see the families and friends get to see their loved ones race out here. It's good to see it on live. Anyway, so as a family, we sat up at our north at our cabin the weekend of this race, and we all sat around the couch listening to on Facebook to see as much as we could. And as soon as we found out the car count, we were going to Colorado, or actually we were going to Montana to enjoy the weather. It's freezing there now, but or we were going to come here, and we said their count was 100 racers, and they got like 114. So that was our deal. And then
no kidding.
That was Meredith signed up from that point on. That weekend she signed us up.
Definitely glad we came out here instead of there.
Yeah.
I got.
Even if we broke down, we're happy to be here.
Here's something I want you to think about, or I'm gonna throw it out to you. I recently started working at a racetrack south of here, about 20 minutes. A beautiful high bank, even the straights are banked. High bank 3rd mile dirt track. It's one of 2 tracks in the country that have permanent must-go lighting, an ungodly beautiful sound system, suites, great grandstand seating. 6 or 7 different food trucks. I mean, paved pit area with hookups.
Very impressive.
But the thing is, first time I saw it when I was invited to go there to check it out the first time about a month ago, the first thing I thought of was a night Mickey Thompson style UTV race in the infield under the lights.
That would be great.
That would be awesome.
All on Hoosier Slicks, huh?
Because back in the torque days or even the core days when we ran on half miles or we ran on 3rd miles, we built the the inside of a dirt track, and it was successful.
We raced a ton on dirt tracks. Ryder's been on some
Yeah.
himself. Yeah, down in northern Arizona.
Snowflake.
Snowflake, but it was Sholo. There was a dirt track, half-mile track
Oh,
there.
that's a beautiful area.
That
Wow.
it's crazy how it burns the right side tire, though, on the
Yeah.
cars. Even back in the M4X days with Jason Weller and like RJ Anderson, we raced on a few of those tracks. And Dan Kelly, I can just remember those. We were on. We would go coming from a half-mile oval doing 80 as fast as the cars go 80 miles an hour to an inside turn and rotate the car and then back on that half-mile oval.
Yeah.
It's a good race. I don't see why we can't do it on any of these short tracks. It'd be great.
Exactly. I just have to do the sell job to Marvin and JT. And I know JT's been a part of a short course, and he's seen that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I got to do the sell job not only on Marvin and JT, but also the track manager. He kind of raised an eyebrow and kind of interesting.
I'm sure they've got those crowds. That Pacific crowd brings in a lot of people, and this might be new for them. They don't want to see NASCAR anymore. They want to see something new. They want to see actually a right turn for once. So they might even enjoy it.
They're putting on a bull riding rodeo later
wow.
this summer at this racetrack in the infield. So if they can do that,
if it happens, you better let us know. We will be here.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
sure.
But
make another drive to Oklahoma.
I'm kind of throwing out stuff ahead of time. I got the cart right now way out in front of the horse, so I'm kind of throwing the seeds.
It gets out there, you'll get a car count. I mean, obviously a track like that can't handle a lot of cars, but I mean, if you brought in
enough cars,
50 cars to that race.
This could handle this crew.
Oh, really?
This track is that track is that wide, and
I think
they'll big pit area.
They'll beg us to come back. They get us on there once.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they bring in traveling shows. They bring in the sprint cars. They're there and gone in one single day. Why wouldn't 3-4 nights in a local area? I mean, that would be what, $1 million, $1.5 million, I think, income to the local economy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, the turbocharged cars could probably get up dang near 100 miles an hour on that track.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it, not at all. That'd be surprising to see. But is this our actual break that I didn't know about? Well, thank you so much for telling me.
You told yourself. You just were talking to us.
But I really appreciate you guys coming up here. You're more than welcome to stick around if you want and help call the rest of the racing or some of the races.
We'll let you lunch, and we'll stay here for the next race.
But, yeah, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys being up here. In the meantime, we're going to take a break, and let's go to a couple of commercials and pay some bills. We'll be back in a little while for some more racing this afternoon.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick car.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
I race amateur FI and women's FI, and I just got done with qualifying for the day. We're going to head into the heats later. Amateur FI, I made it one lap, unfortunately, and we had a little incident. The whole front left of the car is torn up. Mike's behind me. He's trying to get it all together for us. So we had to take the backup car out for women's FI, and didn't see how I qualified yet. I felt good in the car, so hopefully a top 3 would be nice. We're about to step into the heats here later today. I'm going to have to play some catch up in the amateur class. I'm starting like 9th or 10th, I think. Not too good, but hopefully that car is ready, the primary car. If not, we're going to have to take the other one back out again.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualified P2 for the main today, so me and Cannon Baker will start along side by side. So the track's been changing every time we've been out. For our practice yesterday morning, the track was super gripped up. The bites were on the money, and then for our main yesterday, it was pretty blue grooved out there. So we struggled a little bit on the bites. Might make a tire change today. Might put some SC1s on. I'm not really sure yet, but it definitely makes for some good racing. The track overall is in great shape. There's no ruts out there. You're able just to really throw the car in the corner and carry a lot of speed. So track's been amazing, so I can't say anything bad about that. Just really looking forward to today.
My name is Josie Watkins, and I race the car number 237 in the Expert NA class. Yesterday was the heat races, and I was, I want to say 5th. I finished 5th. And I don't know, it was just a rough day for me. I wasn't really in the game. I feel like my mojo wasn't there. But today's a whole different game. Today's the mains, and I feel like everything's going to go pretty well. I feel like the mojo's back.
I'm Randy Border, running the class Turbo Amateur. Had a bad year last year, started out bad, coming better this year. I finally got the car to run. I took the P1 position for the mains today. Hopefully I can stay out front. We're scraping by racing with lee nose and rusty pipes. The track conditions was real good yesterday. The track crew did excellent on the track. Just hopefully I can keep it out front today.
My name's Doug Summers. I'm racing with Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class and the Vet 40 NA class as well. We're running a Polaris RS1 single seat. We're going to run it in both classes. We're here at round 2 at Visions. Round 1, we had a great showing. The second race in the Vet 40 class, our motor let go. So we're here with a fresh motor for round 2, and we're hoping everything's going to go well and go for a podium on this one. We're here, we did the test and tune earlier today. It went pretty well. It's hot today, the car's running hot. We're working on some of those issues. It was a good time out there. The car's doing what we needed to do, minus the overheating issue. It's handling well. The MRT tires are gripping real nice. The track was phenomenal though. The guys were doing a killer job here. I'm a small business owner, and I know it's a struggle out here for a lot of us, to be able to get out here and get away from your job and your work. And I couldn't do it without DM Owner Solutions. Not only them, but Precision Metalworks, Call Valley Industrial, PPEI, Seek Designs, HBRP, Ultimax, Fast House Racing.
This is Corey Willis with PPEI. We're out here at Mid-America racing the Heartland Racing Association. Beautiful track. They did a great job on the prep work. We just got done with qualifying. Me and my brother, teammate, Jacob, the field stacked tight, where everybody, all the way up to 4th place, we're all stacked within, I think, 2 or 3 tenths of each other. So the battles are going to be super tight in the race. Me and Kanan Baker were battling 1st place in qualifying. Unfortunately, with the format, the way we started, side by side, it kind of turned into racing right out the get-go. Everybody's so tight, and made a little contact with Kanan, but that's racing. We're all good. I think he ended up getting second within, I think he was like maybe 2 or 3 thousandths behind me. So we're stacked up on the same time. I got 1st, he got 2nd. Austin Dinger got 3rd, and I believe my brother Jacob got 4th, and everybody's just stacked. So that's how we're going to be going into the 1st heat. Curious to see how that goes, and then shoot up to the main.
My name's Doug Summers.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
I'm Ariel Boyarsky. I race amateur FI and women's FI. And I just got done with qualifying for the day. We're going to head into the heats later. Amateur FI, I made it one lap, unfortunately, and we had a little incident. The whole front left of the car is torn up. Mike's behind me. He's trying to get it all together for us. So we had to take the backup car out for women's FI. And didn't see how I qualified yet. I felt good in the car, so hopefully a top 3 would be nice. We're about to step into the heats here later today. I'm going to have to play some catch up in the amateur class. I'm starting like 9th or 10th, I think. Not too good, but hopefully that car is ready, the primary car. If not, we're going to have to take the other one back out again.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualified P2 for the main today, so me and Cannon Baker will start along side by side. So the track's been changing every time we've been out. For our practice yesterday morning, the track was super gripped up. The bites were on the money, and then for our main yesterday, it was pretty blue grooved out there. So we struggled a little bit on the bites. Might make a tire change today. Might put some SC1s on. I'm not really sure yet, but it definitely makes for some good racing. The track overall is in great shape. There's no ruts out there. You're able just to really throw the car in the corner and carry a lot of speed. So the track's been amazing, so I can't say anything bad about that. Just really looking forward to today.
My name is Josie Watkins, and I race the car number 237 in the Expert NA class. Yesterday was the heat races, and I was, I want to say 5th. I finished 5th. And I don't know, it was just a rough day for me. I wasn't really in the game. I feel like my mojo wasn't there. But today's a whole different game. Today's the mains, and I feel like everything's going to go pretty well. I feel like the mojo's back.
I'm Randy Border, running the class Turbo Amateur. Had a bad year last year, started out bad, coming better this year. I finally got the car to run. I took the P1 position for the mains today. Hopefully I can stay out front. We're scraping by racing with lee nose and rusty pipes. The track conditions was real good yesterday. The track crew did excellent on the track. Just hopefully I can keep it out front today.
My name's Doug Summers. I'm racing with Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class and the Vet 40 NA class as well. We're running a Polaris RS1 single seat. We're going to run it in both classes. We're here at round 2 at Visions. Round 1, we had a great showing. The second race in the Vet 40 class, our motor let go. So we're here with a fresh motor for round 2, and we're hoping everything's going to go well and go for a podium on this one. We're here, we did the test and tune earlier today. It went pretty well. It's hot today. The car's running hot. We're working on some of those issues. It was a good time out there. The car's doing what we needed to do, minus the overheating issue. It's handling well. The MRT tires are gripping real nice. The track was phenomenal though. The guys were doing a killer job here. I'm a small business owner, and I know it's a struggle out here for a lot of us, to be able to get out here and get away from your job and your work. And I couldn't do it without DM Bruce Owner Solutions. Not only them, but Precision Metalworks, Call Valley Industrial, PPEI, Seek Designs, HBRP, Ultimax, Fast House Racing.
This is Corey Willis with PPI. We're out here at Mid-America racing the Heartland Racing Association. Beautiful track. They did a great job on the prep work. We just got done with qualifying. Me and my brother, teammate, Jacob, the field's stacked tight, where everybody, all the way up to 4th place, we're all stacked within, I think, 2 or 3 tenths of each other. So the battles are going to be super tight in the race. Me and Kanan Baker were battling 1st place in qualifying. Unfortunately, with the format, the way we started, side by side, it kind of turned into racing right out the get-go. Everybody's so tight, and made a little contact with Kanan, but that's racing. We're all good. I think he ended up getting second within, I think he was like maybe 2 or 3 thousandths behind me. So we're stacked up on the same time. I got 1st, he got 2nd. Austin Dinger got 3rd, and I believe my brother Jacob got 4th, and everybody's just stacked. So that's how we're going to be going into the 1st heat. Curious to see how that goes, and then shoot up to the main.
My name's Doug Summers. I'm racing with Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class and the Vet 40 NA class as well. We're running a Polaris RS1 single seat. We're going to run it in both classes. We're here at round 2 at Visions. Round 1, we had a great showing. The 2nd race in the Vet 40 class, our motor let go. So we're here with a fresh motor for round 2, and we're hoping everything's going to go well and go for a podium on this one. We're here. We did the test and tune earlier today. It went pretty well. It's hot today. The car's running hot. We're working on some of those issues. It was a good time out there. The car's doing what we needed to do, minus the overheating issue. It's handling well. The MRT tires are gripping real nice. The track was phenomenal though. The guys were doing a killer job here. I'm a small business owner, and I know it's a struggle out here for a lot of us, to be able to get out here and get away from your job and your work. And I couldn't do it without DM Bruce Owner Solutions. Not only them, but Precision Metalworks, Call Valley Industrial, PPEI, Seek Designs, HBRP, Ultimax, Fast House Racing.
I'm Ariel Boyarsky. I race amateur FI and women's FI. And I just got done with qualifying for the day. We're going to head into the heats later. Amateur FI, I made it 1 lap, unfortunately, and we had a little incident. The whole front left of the car is torn up. Mike's behind me. He's trying to get it all together for us. So we had to take the backup car out for women's FI. And didn't see how I qualified yet. I felt good in the car, so hopefully a top 3 would be nice. We're about to step into the heats here later today. I'm going to have to play some catch up in the amateur class. I'm starting like 9th or 10th, I think. Not too good, but hopefully that car is ready, the primary car. If not, we're going to have to take the other one back out again.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualify.
And welcome back, everybody. Getting ready for the 2nd half of racing here this afternoon. Again, it's round 2 of the 2024 inaugural season of the Heartland Racing Association. Once again, I'm joined by a couple of really good friends. I'm so happy to see them here. I'd be happier if I saw them on the track right now, but I'm just, they're not going to be there. But I'm just as happy to have them up here in the booth. I got Robert Van Beekum right here, and I got Ryder right there. So I got RVB and BDB, is that one?
Ryder knows.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
It's BDB.
BDB. Okay. Oh, heck. No, I hope your wife didn't hear that.
Ex-girlfriends.
Getting ready for the 2nd half of the racing here this afternoon. We're so glad you joined us. And I'm so happy to have these guys up here getting ready. Our first race for the second half is the Amateur Turbo. And we've got, 13 cars scheduled to come out here. Here's our front row, Randy Boyder on the pole, along with Ariel Barjarski's back on the track. Let's see if she can pull up a hole shot from the outside. Row 2, Rich Raby on the inside, Colin Schmidt, the 127 outside of him. Row 3, inside, Brody Smith in 107. Dylan Jacobson in the 144. Ryan Denny's back on the track as well in the 560. Outside of Ryan is Crichton Jordan. Row 5 inside, Jackson Tucker alongside Jared Beyer and Peter Frank inside of row 6 with Cameron Whitworth. And Jeff Gorsuch is the lone survivor in the back row. Again, this is Amateur Turbo. We see JT Taylor's getting everybody lined up just on the inside of the track, outside of view of the starting line. And had a little bit of a break, about an hour and 15 minutes or so. Kind of hung out.
Yep.
You could be in a lot cooler place. You could be poolside, but no, you're down here.
No. We're enjoying our time with you.
But, you guys aren't going. So what you got plans for tonight?
Actually, nothing. I'm going to spot for the 170 class a little bit later. And then,
What? Wait,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to have a spare radio for that one and just do this.
It's one of the Little Easton girls, so we're anything helps to have a different spotter coming on.
Different
Let's see how this race goes. She ran a pretty good race last time, so she can. She's coming out in second place.
Yeah, it's.
Let's see if Denny can pull back up here.
I can't help but think at least on this track at that start, if you are able to pull a whole shot, you either have good horsepower, good tires, or you kind of cheated a bit. Or all three.
You definitely want the whole shot on this one. This lap traffic, it's hard to catch back up until you get that caution flag. If Denny can get her back away up from there, like she did earlier, it gives you a good fighting chance to come back in after the caution flag. Well, there's a lot of good racers in this class. These are all the new upcomers coming ready to go to the expert class and then off to the turbo class. So these guys are all working to be the best. Oh, we got contact here.
Yeah, I kind of don't even like to call it amateur. I'd rather call it sportsman. But
these amateurs they're all fast. They're just a tight level below the next. I don't know about that right there, that check up there.
Yeah,
it's almost intentional.
Accordion effect for 5-6 cars behind, but Boyder got pulled a whole shot by Yarski in second. Oh, a little
water running down the river. We got a river running through the track.
They did it. They must have put down 4 or 5 truckloads of water.
Yeah, but then they ripped it, most
of
it. But I see we do have a lot of water in the track.
Yeah, they came back through with more water.
I'm pretty much okay with that, to be honest with you. The traffic will work it in. So once again, it's Boyder across the line. Rich Raby moved up in the second. Barjarski has fallen back to third. Colin Schmidt and Ryan Denny. Denny's moved up into the top 5. There she is right there.
Yeah, come on, Denny, check it out. This is where you got to go wide, rotate this car, be on those tires right now. These guys are all out there in the fluff. They're not getting any traction out there.
Boy, you know who does a great job on that turn? That's
Robert Van Beekem is who does great. Until he spins.
Yeah, that one time. Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
Right back at you, bro.
No, if you really watch the pros run and then you watch these guys run, you'll see definitely different lines that these guys are running. They need to tighten them up a little bit. They're all out there in the fluff. They're going to rotate a little earlier, and you can see they're rotating way too late. But just unfortunately right there.
Wow, 3, yeah.
Or not at all.
There's some pro drivers that make me so nervous. They pitch their cars so early.
Yes, correct.
Slide sideways so far. Kanan Baker's the one that scares me the most, probably coming down the hill.
Well, you got to rotate the cars early. I mean, you can control the early.
He's halfway, right
That's
where
right.
you see a little bit of a bowl.
Hey,
that
they call it the Kyle LeDuc, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's how Kyle LeDuc drove. It was fast.
He wasn't even pitching it sideways. He just turned around and back it in.
Yeah.
Boy.
Nothing's cooler than looking at someone do that, though.
And have confidence in their car.
Confidence in the driving.
Yeah. So we come into the, I don't think not on this. Yeah, maybe this lap will be the comp yellow.
Well, they're still sticking up. I see Baruska's went way down. Is it Raby that's made his way up into second place?
Yeah, he's been having some fast races, but not quite the top spot. And it looks like he's got a shot at this one here.
Yeah, he's
sticking his nose in there. Bajarski's getting back into it too, at least in the turns. That just tells me
Yeah.
if they group up like that in the corners, that just tells me that Boyer's having issues in that turn, and everybody's able to catch him.
Yeah.
You know, there's something not quite right going on there, but then he's got the power to pull away coming out of the corner. And this time,
There we go.
yeah.
There's
he
that.
might have
That's
steering
good.
issues.
He's got it. No, it was close. That's a good race. Boyer's holding it on. Just hold them off. We'll see what comes down to this bottom corner.
Well, here we go.
He's going to outside in him.
Schmidt.
He checked him up. Otherwise, he would have got him. This is where you can rail on this. You never have to lift on this outside if you can just rail, but unfortunately takes the line from him and slows him down.
So Ryan Denny moves up one spot. This will be coming to the comp yellow, I'm quite sure. Man, nice tight group. First through third and fourth through sixth.
Oh, you got Schmidt just barely holding on to that one.
I just wonder if he's
we've got tire
steering
contact.
issues, yeah. Oh, that's going to throw a wrench in things if they don't push it back. Oh, man. She might have the inside line going into that right-hander. I don't think she's close enough. Nope.
Nope.
Oh, it's going to be a drag race. To the line. Nope, she ain't going to pull it off. So across the line for the comp yellow will be Boyder, Raby, Bayarski. Denny moves up in that fourth spot. How about that? Colin Schmidt, top 5. Tucker, Gorsuch. Gorsuch, nice run by him as he started dead last.
Oh, that is a good drive.
So he's got a good run going. We might have to keep an eye on him. Boy, what are his lap times?
1:11.436.
11. Yeah, he's right there. He's got the second fastest lap time.
Wow.
He's got the fastest lap time. Yeah, he's got the fastest lap up there, and that's in traffic.
Yeah, wait till you see what this guy can do.
Wow. Definitely keep an eye on the 573 of Jeff Gorsuch right now, currently in that 7th spot.
I told you don't count these guys in the back out. They'll come back.
Oh, you did not. Oh, there we go. My gunfighter tune. Pull out the pistolas. I'll meet you in the town at sundown.
Let's see, we got the gray roof, baby blue fenders of Gorsuch's car. We'll see what he can do.
I don't think one car's even dropped out.
No, it's a good race. All cars are still in.
Boy,
and we've had quite a few contacts. Don't even go there. We had quite a few contacts, tire hits. We've had quite a bit. No one's rolled over, but he stayed on the track. But we've definitely had some contact in this race. But none of them were too bad.
Boy, JT's decided to take him the long way around. I don't know what the deal is.
We must be early, right?
Yeah, we actually started 3 minutes early, but
it's hot out there. We want to start.
Yeah.
These guys in the drivers in their fire suits are dying. Guaranteed they're dying.
I'm debating if I'm going to jump in the pool before I head home or not. Clothes on.
I don't know about that.
I just want to verify that.
Yeah.
No socks.
I actually got in the jacuzzi last night, and it was 96 degrees.
Clothes on.
I had shorts on, but.
I know you better than that.
I definitely did. They got cameras on a rental house I'm in. They're staring at my stuff. Can't give them a free peep show. I got to charge them for that.
I'm pretty sure they don't have the zoom lens. So here we go, coming around the turn. Let's see. Yep. JT, you can pull off the track.
Let's see
Randy Boyder's getting ready to go.
Tighter, guys. Let's see if these guys suck it up. They should be a lot tighter.
Yeah, I can never
don't know why they're waiting
understand
back like that. They need to be right on his bumper.
I can never.
That's the experience level.
Now, how much is that the driver or the spotter?
That's driver. He needs to be right on their bumper. I mean, they think they're going to start and get a better start jumping, but it doesn't work. The guy up front, he sees the flag.
We got a pass.
Okay, what we got going on here? Yeah.
Raby's in front.
Oh, he made the pass. Wow, Raby made the pass. Good job. He was just waiting.
At the top of the hill, out of camera view, of course. Mr. Reese.
Here comes Gorish making his way. Gorsuch is coming in hard, though. Just like he said, he's going to pick those lap lines back up again.
Gorsuch is out there in that 573. Reese did the restart in 7th spot after starting dead last at the beginning of the race. Across the line. Oh, a nice tight race for 1st through 3rd. 4th and 5th. So it's Raby making the pass in the last lap. He's now up front. Boyer fell back to 2nd. Boyarski 3rd.
You haven't seen Denny make any spots back up yet either.
Gorsuch wasn't able to move up one. He's still back in 7th.
Denny's gone from 7th to 4th.
We have no time. We got to keep moving. It's a short race.
Yeah, it's
Every
almost to
corner
a point
counts right
now. You can't wait till the last lap to try to make your pass. You got to
not
start
here.
almost right away.
No. They're too close here.
At the restart. That's what I like about this short course. There's no runaways like there normally would be if you use the full 2.5 or 2.2 miles, I think it is.
Yeah.
So they're kind of grouped out.
So if you watch the line that Mariska's taken, she's actually got a better line. Unfortunately, she doesn't get the drive because she's checking up in the corners for Boyer. Not now, but earlier. She was the outside-inside. She had the drive. So it should be she's catching up to him. We got one lap left. We'll see what happens. If she's got the inside now, maybe she pushes him out. She did it. I knew it. Yep. That's what happens. She did it. Yep. Barely touched. She did what she needed to do. There we got. Now we got Denny coming in. Wow, look at this race. Last lap. 2 women taking control of this race. That's awesome. I hate to see if they were both. Well, you got Denny pushing really hard. She might have. Unfortunately. Oh, here we go.
Coming right back. Hello.
Yeah, well. Outside, inside. Watch Denny's line. She should. No, she's actually being it safe right now, but.
That's a good thing she did.
She needs to protect. She needs to protect the inside now, to keep her position. She should whip it here. Unfortunately, she's getting a little out of the track line, but she's still holding her position well.
Yeah, just a few more corners to go. Left-hander into that tabletop jump.
Yeah, this has been a good race.
There we go, into that final corner right there, aimed at the checkered
Holy
flag.
Smollies, we got another coming in for Boyer. Wow, this is a good race.
So Rich Raby will take the win. Ariel Boyarski and Ryan Danny pretty much showing the boys, all but one, what to do out there on that racetrack. And let's see, Jackson Tucker comes across the line in that top 5. Colin Schmidt, Jeff Gorsuch. He had a great first half coming across the start-finish line at the restart in that 7th spot, but after starting last. But wasn't able to move up after that. Jared Beyer, 8th. Parker Frank, Dylan Jacobson, all round up the top 10. And just like that, we jump into the pro side-by-side.
Yeah, this is the one. You see my name's on the board. I'm sitting here with you. Not doing any good. But, hey, this is the best race to be watching from here on for sure. It's going to be a good race.
Oh, man, look at that front row.
This is the race of the day. We seen Baker putting off them lap times yesterday and Dinger right there. It was a good race. You've seen Willis come from the back, make his way back all the way back, and then something happened to his car. But he drove from the back all the way back up to the front again.
Hey, at least you're on the lineup.
There's my name. It's pretty.
Yeah, you're on TV. You're on TV. How about this front row, though? On the pole, the 21, just turned 16 a few months ago. That's the 21 of Kanan Baker. Right alongside him is Austin Dinger in the 88. Row 2 is no slouch as well. Inside of row 2, the 93 of Jacob Giesendorf. Outside of him, Grant Stephen, who's really starting to flex his muscle as well in that 26. Scott Champion, always quick. Inside of row 3 in the 184, Derek Tidd. Outside of him. Row 4 inside, Chad Deutsch in the 911. Alongside Deutsch will be Connor Maxwell in the 19. Corey Willis from deep in the field, starting 9th in the 17, along with Carson Bale. In the 999s, and, well, he's right here.
Yeah. Not out there.
I'm calling the pole race instead.
Was it?
It's cost me a lot less money this way.
BDB? Is that what it is?
BDB. BDB.
BDB.
I'll tell you later.
Well, I know what the first two are. Oh, wait.
Bob is the
no.
last one.
Yeah. No. No, BDB.
Big is the first one.
BDB, yeah. Where did we get the B? There's no B in there.
Where are you getting the V from?
I don't know.
I said BDB.
No,
yeah.
Scott.
Yeah. I'm like,
You
what's
got RBB and BDB.
It just sounds like. So that will be our pro side-by-side. We're getting them lined up and ready to go. You see staging right now. Oh, man. How would you like to be the first guy outside the 10x10? I think I would back up right into that one.
Yeah.
That's out of courtesy for the drivers to keep them out of the sun the best that we can.
You need him?
Getting ready to come down the track. Actually, that is that JT right there. What?
Didn't know if you need to speak to him. Huh? Okay.
It's only Reese.
You keep staring him down, so I'm thinking
we call him, what do we call you? Skid mark? I don't know.
Skid mark.
Yeah, because he's always flipping and leaving skid marks on his roof.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Your mom would be over there going.
No,
She
somebody
was
did
up
that
there.
a lot last year.
So what are we doing here?
We seen a lot of that last year anyway, so.
From a certain someone.
Yeah. What's his name's back up on top of the hill and staging with the race truck. Super hardworking crews out there, and you guys are no different. But man, I talk about running your crew, Reagan. That's the Bakers right now.
Yeah.
The Baco race or Baco race team. Is it Baco or Baco?
Baco.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Assume so.
But
I know I hear people saying different things, but
yeah,
it's Baco.
I get it wrong all the time. But no, they had a race in Anago, Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin, 1 week ago.
Yeah.
I guess they got home late on Tuesday. Prepped. Got here this weekend on Friday morning. I think it was Friday about noon, and then they'll be leaving to go to Crandon.
Yeah.
Next week, I think it's Tuesday.
Yeah, and his crew chief met him on Friday morning, first thing early in the morning, 6 a.m. He got us parts to kind of try to get Ryder's car back together.
Oh, no
He gave us
kidding.
the tools that we needed.
Here we go.
Champion actually got us the parts. Thank God Scott had knew what was wrong with the car. We thought it was. We didn't realize it was a head gasket, but he definitely called the gears, and Scott gave us the material. And unfortunately, we couldn't get the car going.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Scott up here yesterday.
But Partzilla
Yeah.
would have been our fix. Thanks for Partzilla being here. Scott having Scott here.
It was about 2 weeks ago, I think it was. I Googled Scott Champion. I mean, I know him from here, and that's about it. And not even all that well, but I Googled him.
And then you realize how much of a motorcycle racer he was?
And then I searched some more. Holy crap.
This guy's a
And I searched
badass.
some more. I'm like, holy crap. And then I searched some more. I'm like, wow.
And now he's going to be a daddy here,
Yeah.
I guess in August.
Finally.
Yeah. His wife's all pregnant, sitting here a lot hot. She's putting
I
up
think
with
it's more, it's not so much Scotty Champion being a dad as much as it's Billy Champion being a grandpa.
Yeah, probably. Billy and Scotty look the same age. It's what's really hard. You don't even know his father and son.
Oh, I didn't know.
I hope to God.
I spent the whole first summer here not knowing that.
So did I, trust me. I've known Billy for years. He's the one that got us to come to Texas in the first place.
He's the one that got us to come here, too.
Yep,
Yeah.
and he called me to come here.
Well, we got our pros side-by-sides out on the racetrack getting ready to go. JT Taylor towing them around.
Well, let's see if anybody has anything for Baker. I don't know Caden. We'll see if anybody has anything for Caden on this race. But it's going to be a tough one.
Cotto, what happened to you today? The boys were just shoving you around. That's so unlike you. Mia Cotto just walks up here into the production trailer. We get a word with her later on. We get the boys lined up, ready to go. Watch for JT Taylor to make the right-hand turn, get them all nice and straight line, and then he'll pull to the left off into the infield of the track.
See if we hit this 102s like we did yesterday. This fastest lap times out here yesterday. They were moving. I mean, these guys are within tenths, hundredths of each other. It's a close race.
Will Corey Willis be able to pull his way through the pack, starting in that 9th position to be a formidable competitor up front?
I'm pushing for Corey. Come on, buddy.
Kanan Baker, Austin Dinger on the front row. Here we go. Green's coming out right.
Look how tight
Oh,
they are.
how about
except for
this?
Stevens. There we go.
Kanan Baker
This
held him
just launched.
2/3 of the way through the start zone.
Yeah, his car just launches off the line. Well, you got Jacob coming right there with him, though, coming in a hurry.
Dinger,
Another
watch
one,
him
PPI
go
car.
outside, inside right here. And, boy, he wanted to make it stick. Couldn't quite make it happen. Yeah, big run by Dinger coming off the corner. Still, now they'll take advantage. They go into turn number 4. Oh, actually, we'll make that 5.
Maybe they need a little water for these boys. They're
they're
taking every
fine.
line that wasn't there before.
Man, talk about spreading it out, yeah.
Oh, they're just trying to make passes whenever they can. Look at Maxwell in the back trying to make his way up there. He's at mid-pack doing everything he can to get for the passes. These guys they're definitely not lifting.
This morning, walking around some of the pit areas, I was amazed. But the cars in this class that didn't change tires yet, but today still had yesterday's race tires on it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, really?
Wow, talk about junk.
I promise you Willis changed his tires. Man, it's a close race. Baker's just not leaving everybody today.
No.
Connor got the pass.
You got Dinger right there. And Jacob's holding on. And Stevens holding on. It's just, they're just literally same lap time.
It's like we're missing a car.
What are we doing here?
Scotty Champion's doing halfway decent. He's up in the top 5. Nice job by him so far.
107, 107, 108, 109s, 110.
Something happened at the top of the hill between Connor Maxwell, that Honda.
Are they connected, huh?
Well,
And
he's missing
Deutsch?
part of his front end. Connor got around him. He stopped up there for a minute.
Kanan
Dinger's
Baker
starting-
looks
yeah,
like he's pulling away
yeah,
just a
yeah,
tick at a
Baker's
time.
starting to just walk away. So earlier when I said the outside
we
inside,
got 2 wheels for Jacob.
was a little too tight inside, but if you would have seen, watch Baker's line, he's out and in. He's staying right on that great line. Dinger's out a little wide there, coming in, losing just a little bit more. Caden's tight inside those tires. He's trying to. That car's just pushing on out.
Corey's car looks like a rocket ship down there passing Connor.
See that pitching part I was talking about earlier, these guys pitch and rotate these cars perfect. And they're pitched early.
Yeah, I just coming down the hill, leading up to the Talladega turn, just scares me sometimes. Brand new car this year for Kanan Baker.
Well, it's working well for him.
Beautiful car, too.
Not quite as exotic looking as his last Can-Am.
No.
That thing was just like a
All his
Star
cars are
Wars
very
fighter,
exotic
man.
looking.
The pure white with the gold chrome.
Just the profile of that chassis, too, the cage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, don't look like we have much changing going on at all throughout
No.
this race. It's literally stayed the same. I mean, we got Maxwell moved up 1 position. Oh, Willis, I lied. He's moved all the way up to 6. He's coming hard. I told you to watch for him.
Oh,
He kind of took it easy the first lap, then he decided to pour it on. I think he turned the nitrous on.
You know, he's a really smart guy to begin
Yeah, he's one of the top tuners of the
Jeez.
world, especially
Wow.
for these diesels. He actually tunes all our cars.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've been meaning to
He
talk
tunes.
to
He tunes our turbocharged cars. I still currently tune our NA cars.
Well, there's the competition yellow as they cross the line. It's Kanan Baker, Austin Dinger, and Jacob Giesendorf. Pretty much how they lined up at the start with Grant Stevens. Yeah, the first four are how they started.
Yeah.
Scott Champion moved up a couple spots. Corey Willis really moved off.
With a 106.5. He's just looks like the fourth fastest lap time.
So
with traffic.
Champion moved up. Corey Willis is probably the biggest mover out there in the first half. Connor Maxwell in that 7th spot. 8th, Derek Tigg, Carson Vale. On the lead lap, I think he might be having issues. I mean, he's got the RS1, so a little underpowered. Chad Deutsch in that Honda, and this guy right here.
So we actually got Carson Vale in a Can-Am out there.
Is he?
Yes, sir. Right behind Maxwell.
Believe so. No, that's someone else. He's.
Where the heck is he? I know he's in a Can-Am.
Says he's 2 cars behind Maxwell.
No, that's him right behind Maxwell.
Oh, yeah, I don't see his. I don't see the.
I was
players.
told he rented a car for the weekend.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh no,
yeah.
that's it. The G3 car right there. So the white, the G3 on the side, the white and blue car. Yeah,
2 cars down.
Connor's 2 cars behind. He's second to last, right in front of the Honda. We'll see how he can. I'm sure he's just getting used to these Can-Ams. They're a lot different to drive than an RS1 for sure. You drive them, you throw them in the corner. A little different.
Yeah, Can-Am, you have to throw the corner. Whereas an RS1, you turn it and just throws it in
yeah,
itself.
they've been trying to lease that car for a couple of weeks now. Or they've been going on the social media, letting anybody know that it's available.
Yeah, believe it or not, I actually tried to rent it this morning, yesterday when I found out our cars weren't working. They already had it rented to the Vales. Well, here we go. Let's see if Willis can catch his brother. We ain't got many laps left. What do we got? 4 laps left? Yep, 4 laps left. It's a short track. Hurry. Have exactly about 4 minutes.
It'll be interesting to see how Kanan runs to start now, because keep in mind again, you got those 2 orange poles, and it's his decision to start anywhere inside those 2 orange poles, right away, halfway, or right at the last pole. Holds him, yeah.
He waited to the last pole. At least you know what he's doing. Been consistent. God, these camera guys.
Ooh,
guys
whoa, someone gets sideways. 2 cars get sideways.
Grant Steven going on the back of Jacob.
These drone guys are really doing a fantastic job. Standing right on top of these drivers.
What a spot to get sideways and not have any damage, not roll over, not get hit.
What I tell you about Corey, look at him coming through.
Oh.
Holy smolies.
Now keep in mind, I don't know if you knew this, the last round, Kanan had a flat tire 1 lap before the comp yellow, was running in second and held on.
Oh, his own brother checked him up.
Held off Willis.
Oh, really?
The entire race and finished second on a right rear flat tire.
Here we go. Corey took his own brother, whatever it takes. He's got the inside line. He's got it. Oh, he jumps off the track. Here we go. He's got it back. Good job, Jacob. Took it back from him. You take me, I'm going to take you back. Wow, this is a race, guys. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Corey dropped back. He might have gotten a flat tire from that contact.
He's done some rough.
This is a good race.
3 laps remaining.
Looks. Oh, yeah, it's flat. It's knocked off the bead.
Yeah, right. He did lose a tire, right?
Yeah, it's knocked off the bead. You can see it flopping around.
Yeah, sure did. Unfortunate. That would have been a good race. Yeah, right rears.
Well, that's the same flat tire that Kanan had, like I said, last round.
It ain't really slowing him down. He ain't
Yeah.
this point. He's just like, I don't care. We got a few laps left. I got to hold this position. He's got 3 more.
It's not like Kanan's running away
back.
either.
He's definitely falling back. But no one's really catching up to him either.
Jacob's
right here's where he
bigger
lost it,
hard.
unfortunately. Getting off the track, contact with his brother. Oh, Geisendorf. Jacob's.
There'll be 2 laps remaining now, right here.
Well, You might think that Jacob might have something for Dinger, but I don't know. It's kind of on and off. Dinger's got something for Baker, but it's like they're all running the exact same speed. They're different. They're faster in different corners. One's there.
It's almost like they're spotter racing. You know? Here he comes, here he comes. All of a sudden your driver takes off. Here he comes, here he comes. Okay, you better get on it, you know, kind of thing.
Core's back up there again, too.
I can't help but think as soon as Austin sees that white flag, it's going to be a whole different animal in that last lap.
Oh.
Whoa, little love tap right there from Giefsendorf.
Putting his nose in there, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
It's the wrong place to put it, but do it what his brother did right here. There he goes. Well, didn't hold on to it. This will be a good race to the end. I think we got the white flag.
Yeah,
coming.
there's the white
there's
flag right there. Now we're going to see something. Not that we haven't before.
Does Corey actually have a flat tire?
I don't know.
I could have been
look
wrong.
like it.
It sure did.
Doesn't look like it's completely on the wheel though.
But it sure is working.
But he's
well.
pushing hard with it.
Whoa, almost bumped that tire on the inside.
Maybe I was wrong.
Dinger's trying some crazy aggressive lines right now.
Maybe he was waiting till the last lap. We'll see. He's backing up a little too much.
Ooh. Outside.
Well, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a very close race. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way to the end.
I'd have to say he finished second in round one, going to win round two. Kanan Baker's going to walk away from this weekend with the points lead in pro side-by-side, taking the win. 16-year-old Kanan Baker. Austin Dinger second, Jacob Giesendorf third, Corey Willis a very close, and winner or not, I'd have to say Corey Willis was the fastest car on the track, coming from dead last, or coming from second row in the back. To finish.
I'm going to say he got scared to hit his brother. I'll say it to him. He was driving really well until that point. Then,
Scotty Champion will finish in the top five. Maxwell 6th, 7th to Steven. He had a nice run early on, had to fall back. And then in the 8th spot, we got Derek Tidd. Carson Vale out there finishing 9th. Chad Deutsch will round up the top 10. I hired Robert Van Beekum to co-host up here.
It's good to see that Maxwell, who came the farthest next to us, came and at least he got a top 6. That was good for him. He's a new pro driver. This is his first year.
In a pretty good field too.
Yeah.
This is nothing.
He raced desert last year in his first year in short course, so he's doing good.
I got to admit, I do miss the fact that there seems like there's something missing about the Millers here, but that's okay too.
And you can't always have the top of the game here.
But.
I think Caden Baker has a lot for him this year.
Yeah, they wouldn't have had a lot for these guys that are up there, there now. They decided, I think, was it them or K&M decided to go, let's do a little bit more King of the Hammers and desert racing. And
I don't know who makes that decision for them, but I'm into just driving, so wherever it takes me.
Next race coming up, Youth 250 Modified. 250 Modifieds, we got 7 drivers scheduled to come out here. We got Declan Shields and Code St. Peter on the pole. Nice little stacked field right there. Row 2 inside, Alexander Walraven, the 118. Harper Wilson, the 86. Row 3 inside. Let's see, row 3 inside, we got Paxton Shamblin and Easton Helms, along with Jack Smith starting all by himself in row number 7. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. It's really, really good time, nice to spend time with you. And Mr. Heatwave Factory Racer, RBB. And we'll see you guys back up in the pits later on. But Mia, you want to come and join us? Mia Cotto's here. If you trip over a cord and hit the floor, he will hunt you down. So I'm joined right now by Mia Cotto. Talk about your day a little bit. You were shoved around. I saw something today I've never seen before, and I was very surprised. Did you get shook up or something? The first car kind of nudged you a little bit, made some contact when we went by, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 you kind of started falling back like you got kind of shook up a little bit. Something happened?
There's a rut on the last S.
I'm sorry?
There's a rut on the last S.
I hit the wrong button. There we go.
There was a rut on the last S, so I hit that rut, two-wheeled it, fixed it, then a car hit me in the back, and I kind of lost it from there.
Just kind of lost your rhythm and
Yeah.
couldn't
Fell
get
back
squared
too
away.
much. Made a mistake, paid the price.
Well, you know what? That chalk up the learning experience. I know that you probably were told that a million times so far this afternoon. When something happens to you that has never happened before, it's new. It's like, whoa, that can happen? Whoa, that's for real? Maybe this is one of those times. I don't know. But you're too good of a driver. You're too quick on the racetrack to have it let you, carry into the next round. I see you work your way from the back to the front too many times in your career in the last few years for this to shake you up that much. So you'll get them back. They're only
Next
boys.
round.
Yeah, that's all. They're only boys, so don't
Yeah.
worry about it. So there's a great shot right now of the viewing area down below as we get ready for our next race. We got the 250 modified. Like I say, there they are in staging. You can see Code St. Peter on the left in that black and orange car. Declan Shields right next to him. Here they come. Been in the pool yet?
No, I'm about
Really?
to. With code, I'm going to go after.
Really? Okay.
He told me to wait, and I promised him I would.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. He's cute, isn't he? Oh, boy. There we go. Thanks, Josh. Anything happen to the car from the race?
No.
Your dad got any extra work he has to do?
I mean, we have to get a new bumper because the
Yeah.
guy that hit me kind of put in my bumper 6 inches.
Oh, wow.
So
That's a pretty
I have
good
to
clock.
Get a new bumper. But that's really it because we bolt in the bumpers, so we can just take them off and
Yeah.
get a new one. Can't
This will
wait
be a 7-lap main event. This is where you guys get the points. You got the points today towards the year-end championship. What'd you do last night?
I mean, I went to the pool and then we went home.
You didn't do any Barbie Jeep downhill?
No, I didn't watch it. I
Huh?
lost it. Me and my friend were going to watch it, but we didn't make it in time.
So it looks like one of the cars did not make the call. Is it Jack Smith, I think? Not sure. As the rest of the dads come out here, you see all the support vehicles.
Well, I wanted to see this race yesterday, but I didn't get to. So this race is going to be nice.
Yeah, obviously that front row was pretty stout yesterday, like they always are. There's JT Taylor getting them lined up. Okay, boys, follow me. Declan Shields, Code St. Peter in that front row. Alexander Walraven, Harper Willis, row number 2. Row 3 will be Paxton Shamblin and Easton Helms. Headed toward that green flag. Here we go.
The start of the race is always the worst part.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very curious to see if Code can pull off a hole shot from the outside of the front row. He'll be the first one to pull it off if he can.
Yeah.
In any class, because that is such a hard spot because you got like a soft left-hander off the bridge and a harder left-hander. Oh no, yeah, Declan Shields gets a really good jump off the line. Here comes Code St. Peter going uphill. He's gaining on him. He's accelerating up the hill and gaining on our leader. And now coming down. Here we go. 250 modified. This is pretty much like Code's most comfortable class, I think, where the car is like he's one with the car kind of thing.
He's been in there for a while now, so he's probably really comfortable in that car.
Yeah, he's still figuring out the 1,000, but I think the 250 obviously was the most comfortable. Like you said, he's been in it for quite a while. And kind of has it figured out, but boy,
He's still really fast in the youth 1K though.
what about Declan? What's going on there? Don't mind me. He pretty much spread out already on lap number 1. Boy, I said spread out, but I didn't mean like that. Holy smokes.
Dang.
This is a 7-lap main event, and dare I say, Declan's already all but checked out. Obviously, we're going to have that comp yellow, but still, for the first lap, whew.
Everyone's checked out. Oh.
Oh, our leader over rotates, loops it, pulls off the track and back on, but he'll lose the lead. Code St. Peter now running up front. Big mistake by Declan Shields. So now Code St. Peter finds himself in a very familiar position. Now that's where we're kind of used to seeing him. This is right there up front.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see if Declan can reel in his position that was his from the drop of the green flag until just a moment ago.
Yeah. It's really hot today. You know, the heat just messes with you in the car.
I haven't heard what the heat index is today. I know yesterday was like 103.
It's 83. I checked before.
Actual temperature?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But it feels like.
There's a heat index, yeah.
I didn't check that one, but it feels like 90 something.
Here comes Declan. Made up a lot of ground in the last half lap or so. Declan pulled off the track.
Oh, no.
Shields is off the track. We're getting reports. Oh, there he is. Our early leader, Declan Shields, has stopped on the track. He's drifting backwards down the hill. Would that be a busted chain?
I don't know.
Oh, you're a big help.
Well, I mean, I usually break my chain a lot, but I haven't done it in a while, so I don't really know.
I'm just thinking about the way the car kind of backed up on its own. It would be a chain.
Maybe it's a
but
break.
Code St. Peter running up front. That should put Walraven in the second spot. Harper Willis third. That would be our podium positions. Comp yellow should be coming out next time around. But, man, where's the gap from first to second? What is that like?
Yeah, Code's checked out from there.
Yeah, he's already crossed the line for lap number 3.
Yep.
And there we go. Finally, just now, Walraven crosses the line. So it's a big gap back to second. 14 seconds. 14 seconds back to second, yeah.
Wow. It's a whole 2 turns away.
Is that Shields back on the track? Declan Shields back on the track. I'm not sure if he's on the lead lap. He's got to be in the lead lap, I would guess. So in reality, when you think about it, if he's at full speed, he's dead last on the track, no harm, no foul, because he's got the comp yellow coming out. He can come all the way back around and assume the last spot.
Yeah.
And he's fast enough to work his way through the pack with 3 laps to go. Once again, there's our leader. Call him Melonhead. It's a perfectly round skull. And he's got that
Watermelon helmet.
Yeah, BMX helmet.
Yep.
Yep. Painted like a watermelon. So Code crosses the line. He's got the comp yellow. There's the yellow and red flag being waved simultaneously as Walraven comes across the line. Not yet. There he is. Wow. It's 18 seconds now. Back to second.
Wow.
Harper Willis. Wow. She's 20 seconds back from second and 37 back from the leader. So these guys got spread out a lot in the first half. We need to get them back bumper to bumper in the worst way.
Yeah, the competition yellow will definitely help that. It'll put them all back together.
So that could be a sigh of relief for Declan Shields, as he was our early leader. Spun out, lost a spot, and then had some sort of mechanical issues. Was able to get fired back up, though, after having lost all 5 positions, going back to last place. But now he's back on the track, and we'll assume the tail end of the lead lap. I don't think he's there yet. Oh, yeah, he is. There he is. So once again, we're going to thank some of the people involved behind the scenes that brought the live stream back to life here at Mid-America Tours as part of the Heartland Racing Association. We're getting lined up for the second half of the modified Youth 250s. And Johnny K jumped on board yesterday, I guess, to be part of the action. St. Peter Metalworks. Dinger Excavation, DFW Trailer, Dallas Fort Worth area, St. Peter Motorsports, Lee Knowles and Rusty Pipes and Randy Boyer, part of the Scraping By Racing team. I want to thank them. Double E Racing, Jordan Berza. I want to thank him and SKAW Racing. Fast House Roofing and Construction. Todd Mayo, or Chad Mayo. Green flag is back out. Here we go.
Let's see if Declan can catch back.
Yeah. Well, the top 3 have already pulled away from everybody else. Let's see where Declan's at.
Declan's in 3rd, I think.
Is that Declan right there?
Yep.
That a boy. I totally missed that move at the start. So I think there's more eyes on Declan Shields right now than there is on Coach St. Peter. He'll duck to the inside, make a move. There it is. And Declan, in a half a lap, goes from last to second, and now is prancing down the back of Coach St. Peter. There'll be 2 laps remaining. This time by is their time. And will Code relinquish that lead? That's going to be another thing.
Will he catch up?
There's the start-finish line, so there's 2 laps to go. There's time. He's close enough. There's time.
Code just needs to hold it together for 2 laps.
Oh, look at this. Shields making a huge run down the hill. Going up into the Talladega turn. And it looks like Shields actually was catching Code going up the hill. And look at this. Look at this. He's actually catching it's going to the inside. Talk about a bonsai move. He hooks a rut, has to turn right. Code is going back and forth trying to get the lead back. They're side by side going up in the left-hander. Again, they're swapping sides. Finally, they get straightened out. And Declan Shields now has the lead, but Code St. Peter, all right. There's not too many people that say they passed Code St. Peter. Declan Shields now being one of them. We're going to see Code can fight right back as the white flag is coming out this time by, and Code is on it. He's throwing that car around. Look at this. He's coming right back to the outside. Now watch the outside entrance, inside exit move. If there's room there, no. Shields had the door, and he closed it right in front of Code. There's one attempt. Now he'll fade back a little bit and make a new charge at our leader. Going up to the Talladega turn. Almost the same line. Going down now into that left-hander. This is where it got interesting on that last lap, and I'm starting to think that no matter what Code tries in these turns, as long as Declan doesn't make a mistake, he's got this. Wow, so tight to the corner of tire markers. Just a couple turns remaining. I think Declan's definitely got this. Unless there's a, oh, wow, we got a car. Oh, wait, that's the drone. We have a drone that crashed. All right. And the last turn and the last corner, here it is. The checker flag's in hand. Declan Shields, first to last to first, will take the win in U250 Modified. Code St. Peter's second. Alexander Walraven should finish in that third spot. Yep, will do. But a little bit further back is Harper Willis. But what a race going back and forth. Declan was really flexing the muscle here this afternoon. In the modified 250 as Harper Willis crosses the line in that fourth spot. Shamblin, yep, crosses the line in our top five along with Easton Helms a little bit further back. And that will take care of our U250 modified main event. So our podium is going to be Alexander Walraven third, Code St. Peter second, and Declan Shields will be in the top spot here this afternoon when they take their trophies. So we're going to step aside real quick, take care of a few, pay some bills, and we'll be right back after that with a little bit more racing.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Well, the next race is on the line, getting ready to come out here. In fact, they're getting ready to take the green flag as JT Taylor has them lined up. Going to do a quick loop-the-loop right here. Get aim back at the start line. and get underway with Youth Stock. Youth Stock. Once again, I'm joined by Mia Cotto up here, and I love your smile. Ah, you're such a little cutie.
Thank you.
But you're one hell of a driver. Guaranteed that. And I'll say it again. Don't let the boys shove you around anymore.
Yeah, I mean, go-karting helps. So.
Well, again, it was a learning lesson. So once again, here we go with our youth stock on the front row. Caroline Claire Ewing. Cece's on the pole alongside Lane Plummer in row 1. Row 2 is Case Vanover. In the 100% outside is Kane Brasino in the 21X. Zoe Richards inside of row 3 in the triple threes. Andy St. Peter in the 36 outside of row 3. Row 4 inside, Tyson Raby in the 127. And Joey Hill
Green flag.
in the 16. And we're underway. How about that? This will be an abbreviated short course for our younger drivers. So what class was it that you started racing in?
Like when I first started racing,
Yeah.
that would be the stock class, obviously. In
The 170s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I started racing in Durham Town in Georgia.
Oh, wow.
And then we moved to Texas. So then I started racing Texplex. And then I started racing Outlaw. And then Mid-America.
Okay.
And
I think we all need to go to Eagles Canyon, I think it's called.
Yeah, I'm going
I always
there
want to
too.
say Eagles Landing, and I'm always wrong. I know I'm wrong when I say it. So I'm guessing Eagles Canyon. We have to all check that out.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go there too.
And support Billy Champion a little bit and his project going on. So we got Cece right now in the 06 running up front. There'll be 6 laps remaining here. Boy, she's really pulled away from the rest of the field. Holy smokes. Lane Plummer.
Everybody's just pulling away from people.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
Maybe today's just the day you pull away.
Well, so far JT's been pretty lucky. He's only had to get out of his air-conditioned truck twice. Yesterday it probably was like 7 or 8 times.
Yeah, but when I started racing, my dad bought me a car just to mess around with. And my mom secretly, and did not tell my dad, signed me up for a race.
Really?
Yeah.
Your mom did?
My mom did.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I still have the car I started in.
Really?
Yeah, it's my Woods car.
And you're never going to get rid of it, are you?
We already did.
What?
I know.
You kept it this long?
Yeah.
And wow.
But it's still in the family. We just sold it to a couple friends.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, at least you know where it's at in case you want to
yeah.
get it again.
And we go to their house all the time, so. And they bought it for their daughters, so I'm going to give lessons to them to teach them how to drive.
There we have a little pass going on. It looks like Kane Brasino going around Case Vanover. So Brasino now finds himself in that 3rd spot. You know, these cars, obviously stock condition and that way down on horsepower. I won't say struggle, but yeah, kind of dig up these hills. You know, they grunt a little bit to get up.
That's why they don't do any of the uphills.
Cece's looking awfully good here this afternoon. I'm sure Grandma's down there in the viewing area. About losing her mind. Running her back and forth from railing to railing.
Yeah.
Wearing out the gravel, making a gravel path.
Yeah, when I watch cars like the 170s, 9 to 12, it just makes me so anxious.
Oh, really?
And I'll start pacing and stuff.
You too?
Yeah.
Like all the moms and grandmas down there?
Yeah, I'll join them. Conga line.
So I do believe we'll have the comp yellow coming out next time by. There we have Lane Plummer. Again, he's out there all by himself, nobody around. He's got his desert lights going. And there's the competition yellow for Cece as she comes around the turn. She's the first to cross the line by a long shot. Yeah, she's, let's see. Behind leader, let's see. Still waiting for Lane Plummer, who's running in second to cross the start-finish line. Man, she had an advantage. There's Lane Plummer there. 17-second lead. 17 seconds from first to second.
Even the stock cars are gapping each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this humidity may be playing tricks on the motors as well. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But there's something. Kane Brasino comes around in third. Andy St. Peter fourth. Case Vanover in the top five. Zoe Richards. And coming around will be Tyson Raby. And a little bit further back, Joey Hill. Nobody's dropped out yet. They're still... we have a full field of cars.
I'm not going to lie. At first, I hated the restarts.
Why? Why?
It's because I kind of fell back on the starts because I couldn't get a better start. So, but now I love them because I get everyone on the start now.
Quick with the throttle foot, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know how you practice that? But it's with your hands. Just, you know, if they got a little light. On, off, on, off, on, off, fast. With your thumb. Quick response. You see the light, you hit the button. You see the light, hit the buttons. See, Formula One drivers, they got this whole wall. Like a panel or
and
a
then
door
you have to, like, tap
of lights.
it or
Yeah.
something.
And when the light comes on, they tap it.
Yeah.
That would drive me nuts because I'd still be 2-3 lights behind. I'd never catch up.
Yeah, I mean, usually I've been like good with reaction times when it comes to flipping the car because I can save it now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been saving all my flips recently.
You shouldn't be having the need to save yourself.
But if you're going fast into a turn, or if you hit a rut on accident.
So in a time of quiet right now, as we're getting ready to do the restart with 3 laps remaining in our youth stock class, we want to once again wish all the dads a happy Father's Day weekend. You know, I'm not a big fan of, you know, fathers, mothers should be celebrated all year long.
Yeah, I love my dad.
Yeah.
And my mom.
Because you know they're listening.
Well, that's not true. Because my dad helps me a lot with my car.
Uh-huh.
So whenever I break something, we'll fix it together.
So how old are you now?
I'm 12.
12?
I'm turning 13.
Okay, so we'll say you're 3 years away yet from getting your license. It's
Yep.
going to be even better then.
My parents are going to tell me that I might fail my driver's license test because I'm going to end up trying to race people on the street.
You'll be at the stoplight, and as soon as it turns green, you'll be doing a restart.
Yeah.
So we're back under green flag conditions, getting ready to go again. And again, Caroline Claire Ewing. Cece jumped out front and has the lead. Lane Plummer in that second spot. Again, she's pulled out and is starting to run away. And Lane really has nothing for him. For her, I should say.
Wow. The gap is big. I love watching the stock cars. It's just like tiny people, big cars.
Yeah, that's true. Saw a shot of Zoe Richards there a second ago in that triple threes. There's the 06 of our leader, Cece, Caroline Claire Ewing, as Grandma has me say every time.
Yeah, my last name is actually pronounced Kodo.
Kodo?
Yeah.
Really? So why are you telling me that now? Just now?
I don't know.
I've been saying Kato.
I know.
Kodo.
Everyone says Kodo, but I've gotten used to it at this point that I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, I kind of get the same thing with Rain, because it's spelled R-E-H-N. But I get Rhine, Reen, Ren. I get all kinds of things besides Rain.
I don't see how you can mess that one up, though.
Oh, yeah. Growing up, I was teased all the time because there's all these songs with rain in it. Rain, rain, go away. You know, raindrops keep falling on my head.
That's funny, though. That's pretty funny.
So let's see. White flag is up. That's what I thought. White flag one more time around for Cece. And Grandma's got to be losing her freaking mind right about now. Screaming on that railing, running back and forth. Lane Plummer still running that second spot. Should be Kane Brasino as they cross the line. Yep.
Usually it's my dad who freaks out.
No, actually it's Andy St. Peter made the pass. She's moved up one spot. So this should be, boy, would this be her first podium? I think maybe her second podium.
Yeah, because she put him at Outlaw.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That's going to be a tough one. No wonder everyone's moving up. 21 of Kane, who was running in that third spot, has dropped out of the race. He's come to a stop, and he's getting help now from the track crew. So tough bake for that young man on the last lap. There's Cece right there going by the incident site. Nice job by her
slowing down.
Following the yellow flag situation, yeah. One more turn. And she'll see the finish line and the checkered flag. So taking the win in round 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season will be Caroline Claire Ewing in the youth stock division. Lane Plummer. Yep, Lane Plummer will hang out for second. I had to check to make sure Andy St. Peter wasn't right there. But she'll come around in third and will round out the podium as the rest of the field comes around. We've got Case Vanover in fourth, Zoe Richards in fifth. Tyson Raby and Joey Hill should be close behind. And that will take care of our youth stock division. Again, our podium finishers. Andy St. Peter third, Lane Plummer fourth, and Caroline Claire Ewing, our top spot and our winner here this afternoon. Let's step aside one more time real quick, throw a couple of commercials up here. We'll be right back for our next race here this afternoon here at Mid-America Outdoors.
Oh, yeah.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The Main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
I'm Ariel Boyarsky. I race amateur FI and women's FI. And I just got done with qualifying for the day. We're going to head into the heats later. Amateur FI, I made it one lap, unfortunately, and we had a little incident. The whole front left of the car is torn up. Mike's behind me. He's trying to get it all together for us. So we had to take the backup car out for women's FI. And didn't see how I qualified yet. I felt good in the car, so hopefully a top 3 would be nice. We're about to step into the heats here later today. I'm going to have to play some catch up in the amateur class. I'm starting like 9th or 10th, I think. Not too good, but hopefully that car is ready, the primary car. If not, we're going to have to take the other one back out again.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Austin Dinger, Dinger Excavation UTV Race Shop. We're out here for round 2 of the Heartland Racing Series Association. Really looking forward to today. We qualified P2 for the main today, so me and Cannon Baker will start along side by side. So the track's been changing every time we've been out. For our practice yesterday morning, the track was super gripped up. The bites were on the money. And then for our main yesterday, it was pretty blue grooved out there. So we struggled a little bit on the bites. Might make a tire change today. Might put some SC1s on. Not really sure yet. But it definitely makes for some good racing. The track overall is in great shape. There's no ruts out there. You're able just to really throw the car in the corner and carry a lot of speed. So the track's been amazing. So I can't say anything bad about that. Just really looking forward to today.
My name is Josie Watkins, and I raced the car number 237 in the Expert NA class. Yesterday was the heat races, and I was, I want to say 5th. I finished 5th, And I don't know, it was just a rough day for me. I wasn't really in the game. I feel like my mojo wasn't there. But today's a whole different game. Today's the mains, and I feel like everything's going to go pretty well. I feel like the mojo's back.
I'm Randy Border, running the class Turbo Amateur. Had a bad year last year, started out bad, coming better this year. I finally got the car to run. I took the P1 position for the mains today. Hopefully I can stay out front. We're scraping by racing with lee nose and rusty pipes. The track conditions was real good yesterday. The track crew did excellent on the track. Just hopefully I can keep it out front today.
Well, I don't know if you would call this a race so much, more of a demonstration or having a little bit of fun on the racetrack, but this is definitely a class.
I'm racing with
I think we want to.
Call Valley Racing. We're out of Lawrence, Kansas. We race the Expert NA class.
Welcome back, everybody. I wouldn't call this a race so much as it is kind of like a demo. We got a Class 11 Baja Bug out on the track. Gonna have a little bit of fun. We got Quentin Clanky out there in his Ride Epic Volkswagen. He also has, is it Singleton? Yeah. Is it Brooklyn? Who's out there with? Brooklyn Singleton riding with them, and we're going to listen to what they have to say all race long. It's kind of cool. I got one of their radios, and we're still in. How much fun are you guys having out there, man?
Haven't been. You should buy one.
So when you think about it, how much money do you think you have in that car right now?
$8,000 maybe. Fab work's the most expensive, and I suck at welding.
All right, well, tell me this. How many different racetracks have you had that car on? What kind of different forms of racing?
I've done here, and there's a little track by us called Gateway Dirtplex. This one is way more fun.
Well, another question for you. How about this? You're going to be going to King of the Hammers come next January?
If George White with Double E does a shock sponsorship, without a doubt.
What? Are you bottoming out? Is that a problem?
No, I bought these shocks at O'Reilly's, though.
Dude, I don't think the car needs any help. I think you do.
I've heard that once or twice.
What is it about that car in this class that you love so much?
This car should not be able to do what we're doing in it, and it does it with ease. Like, if you get out of your head, there is nothing this thing cannot do.
Well, I got to tell you, you're running a short course off-road racetrack with a Baja Bug. Simply, oh, hey, dude, you got about 2 inches off the ground on that one. Nice job.
I'm going to get all four. This is last lap for me, so I'll try to get some air.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Keep having a little bit of fun. And, hey, has Singleton got her radio on?
Yeah, I got Brooklyn Singleton with me.
What does she got to say?
She's on my butt, too. Check those times.
Well, I'm going to have to expose you right now, man.
Hey, I wanted her to get some points.
Well, we should tell the crowd watching us at home and the fans that are right here that are listening that I think it's kind of ingenious. You've got your transponder in the front bumper, her transponder on the back bumper, so your lap times are darn near identical.
Might lose her transponder on this jump.
Well, here's your lap time. 10.86. 10.86. Her lap time, 10.8. Oh, wait, they changed. Here we go again. Your fast lap, 102.68. 102.68. But I don't know how she did it. She beat you, 106.27.
I thought about pitching it around and going through reverse, but I'd have an angry 3-year-old when I got back to camp.
Well, I want to thank you for doing this, man. Had a great time. But you want to know something? that last lap, she beat you.
I can see that.
Thanks a lot, man. It was great seeing you on the racetrack. Keep pumping the Class 11. Once again, that was that was a Class 11 car. Mr. Klinke out there having a little bit of fun. Thank you so much for coming up here and providing that radio. And, yeah, believe it or not, he put his transponder on the front bumper, and Brooklyn Singleton, who usually has a Class 11 car out there as well, on the back bumper. Her transponder on the back bumper. So the first 2 laps, his lap time was about 0.2 of a second quicker than hers, but I don't know how it happened. But on the last lap, she was 0.1 of a second faster than his. So if you don't believe me, go back to timing and scoring and look it up because it was kind of interesting. So we're getting ready now for our next race. Youth Limited coming out here in just a moment. 14 cars are scheduled to come out here trackside in just a moment. Once again, this is round 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association off-road season. We hope you're having a great time. Stick around. We got a couple more races yet. And coming up next, we Youth Limited. In the meantime, let's step aside real quick and throw up a couple of people behind the scenes that help bring you Heartland Racing Association right here to Great America Outdoors.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust:
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Chaney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick R.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus.
We're back, everybody. We've got, what, are you sure it's 2 races left, this being one of them? 2 races remaining. Right now on the track, we've got Youth Limited. And this can be a very, very fun race to watch more oftentimes than not. Some of the times it's the best race of the day. Even more so than some of the pro classes. But here's our lineup as we're getting ready to take the green flag. Once again, a stacked front row. Very, very quick. Yesterday's winner on the pole is the 126 of Carson Hill. Outside of Carson is Cash Martinez in the 21Y. Alexandra Easton starts inside of row number 2 in the 190A, and Easton Helms starts alongside in the 111. Alexander Walraven starts inside of row 3 in the 118. Harper Willis in the 86. Row 4 inside, Stefano Calagru in the 85, and Kaysen Lindemood in the 86X. Row 5 inside will be Piper Doublehead in the 381 and Paisley Byer in the 919. Row 6 will be Damian Knob on the 21 and Luke Anderson in the 11. And the final row, all by himself, Caden Vanover in the 22. Two things, keep your eye on the boys that are inside of row, starting row 12. Starting in the 12th and 13th position, we've got Damian Nava and Luke Anderson, both very fast cars. So the green flag is out, we're underway. Carson Hill pulls the early hole shot. That was a quick green flag. And we are underway for a 7-lap main event. Carson Hill with the early lead, yesterday's winner of the heat race. And you know what? He's on his way to a possible clean sweep of the weekend. Fastest qualifier, heat race winner on Friday, and Saturday's main event, possibly main event winner in a few laps. We'll find out real soon. That'd be very cool for that young man out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Again, it's Carson Hill, Cash Martinez, Easton Helms, Alexandra Easton, and Harper Willis in the top 5 as they complete lap number 1. Nice little battle going for second place right now, with Easton Helms on the inside taking a peek on Cash Martinez, but still not quite close enough to make an attempt. The youth limited cars are looking pretty stout today. They're actually looking pretty quick. Looks like we may have an attempt here for a position change going into that final corner before the start-finish line. That is for second and third. That's Cash Martinez and Easton Helms. It's always easy to tell which one's Cash Martinez out on the racetrack because it's got the tiny little flags waving at the top of his car. Helms looks like he's putting a little pressure on Martinez right now for second and third. Here comes Helms to the outside. He'll make the pass and move up one spot. Nice run down the hill by Easton Helms. Wait, what? Actually, no. Actually, that was Martinez making the move. Martinez retook second place. There we go. There we go, Martinez and Helms right there. That is they're actually in lap traffic. And it looks like the competition is yellow is kind of confusing everybody. Oh boy. Here we go again. And JT Taylor's about to get out of a freshly air-conditioned truck again. So it looks like it's Carson Hill up front from the drop of the green flag. Cash Martinez running in second. Easton Helms in that third spot. So it looks like we're still waiting for a few cars to get around. Damian Nava being one of them. Piper, Doublehead, and Paisley Byer. And that's causing the speed of our pace truck driver to actually, I was going to say slow down, but come to a stop. And there is JT Taylor taking a peek once again. So they're coming back around, getting ready to take the green flag for the last 3 laps of the race here. Carson Hill, Stefano Killer, what? There we go. Cash Martinez running that second spot. Easton Helms in third. How about this as I'm looking going through the lineup? Starting dead last was Luke Anderson, right now currently in that 7th spot. He's pretty much where he needs to be as we take the green flag. Let's see if he can keep marching forward. There he is right in the middle of the picture now. So it looks like there'll be 2 laps remaining, and I'm telling you, Cash Martinez is making a run at the lead right now. He's making attempts, not able to pull it off, but then he'll fade back a little bit and then make another run. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do, but he's falling back a little bit right now. As there'll be 2 laps remaining this time around. And now it looks like Easton Helms is getting into the mix of things now, chasing down Martinez. Luke Anderson's moved up 1 more spot. Luke Anderson now into the top 6 after starting dead last. So we have a little bit under 2 laps remaining, and there just might be a shot for Anderson to get into the mix of things here if he can run some clean laps and there's a mistake or 2 up front. Carson Hill has pulled away considerably now. He's easily well up front. Not too much in danger. If something catastrophic happens, there will be an issue, but right now it looks like the race might be his. Still, though, a little over 1 lap remaining. Carson Hill will take the white flag right there 1 more time around for that young driver. And Martinez has to run a perfect lap, has to stay clean. Otherwise, he's got a mirror full of Easton Helms running right there behind. Carson Hill going around lap traffic up over that tabletop 1 more time into that final right-hand turn. And the young man is getting it done. A clean sweep here this weekend, a Father's Day weekend. Carson Hill set fast time. Carson Hill won the heat race, and Carson Hill wins the main event in the Youth Limited. Easton Helms will finish 2nd, Cash Martinez 3rd, as Easton Helms makes the pass on the last half lap. Alexandra Easton will finish 4th, Harper Willis 5th, Luke Anderson still coming around, and he'll be in that 6th spot. Not a bad job by him as well, as he started dead last in the field. Stefano Calagru will come around in 7th. Blaine Singleton will be 8th. Kaysen Lindemood will be in that 9th place as the rest of the field comes back around. We'll get things squared away here and get ready for the last race of Father's Day weekend. And the last race of the day, the last race of the weekend will be Youth Limited. Youth Limited, as we have 5 cars coming out trackside. On the front row will be Paxton Shamlin in the 37, Jack Smith in the 287, Nolan Hartzell in the 95, Braxton Furnell in the 12, and Ellie Lindemood. We see the cars up there underneath the shade, hanging out until they're being called upon. Oh, sweet. Never in my 30-year career of broadcasting I've ever been flashed before, and I just was. Of course, it was by a guy. Well, Josh, I got to ask you, was it worth it? All those phone calls, all those emails, text messages, all those people you talked to, all the sponsors, the drivers, the race teams, beg, borrow, and steal and try to make this happen. Was it all worth it to go through that, to bring live streaming back to Mid-America Outdoors in the brand new Heartland Racing Association? You did one hell of a job, my friend.
Thank you, and I want to thank all the people who made this happen, and then all the guys. We have a volunteer out there working the camera, and we got Jack traveling in to work a camera and some in-car cams, and Area 51 doing the footage. They travel a long ways, and it's cool to have those guys help. And wouldn't happen without the sponsors and the racers and their families. So,
are you going to at least take one day off this week?
No,
and just
now
sleep.
When we're done with this, we're going right to chopping y'all up some footage. So we got to get the content out after this one.
Job is never done. I'm telling you, if anybody needs a vacation, it's you right now. It's not just because of this series right here, but it's because of there's a handful of other things that you do. And like you say, your job is not just 8 to 5, because it starts at like 6 p.m. until whenever you guys are done editing.
We're done, yeah. You don't want to let them down either,
You are like summertime's race season's Santa Claus. Because you get hired by a race team sometimes. It's strictly a one race team to shoot them, video them, edit them, whatever it may be, create content for them, throw some music into it, and then a week later, whatever it is, 2 weeks later,
Yeah.
You present them with your project or your effort, and it's got to be like Santa Claus seeing little kids open up their present on Christmas morning.
Yeah, and then there's also the times where you're doing it as well, and you feel like what you created isn't your best work, because you whatever, but then they love it, and then that's always a good feeling as well.
Well, I want to thank you, and I want to congratulate you on this as well, man. You're doing one hell of a job, and I won't say you're saving the sport or saving the series, but you're helping contribute to all those factors, and this is what this sport needs.
Thank you. And again, thanks to all the sponsors. And hopefully we can take this stream to the rest of the series and other series, so we can keep this racing alive and going strong.
Yeah, let's get that last race out on the track right now. We got Youth Limited, 5 cars. Shamblin, Smith, Hartzell, Fresnel, and Lindemood. Put you on the spot by throwing a mic in front of you, huh?
Yeah. I just feel bad for the kids sitting in their car right now in this 105-degree weather.
Yeah.
It looks like there's no one in the park is because everyone's hiding in the shade.
They're either hiding in the shade or they're at the pool.
I know, right?
Like normal people.
Hey, at least they're able to watch the stream from the pool now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
So what's your next assignment?
I think it's a 12-hour race in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Not 100% sure.
Isn't that in July?
Yeah, middle July-ish, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I haven't heard from Brian yet about that, so
It's a beautiful location. So if you haven't raced there before, definitely check it out. I mean, it's like racing almost like in Costa Rica or something. It's crazy with the hills and the big rainforest-looking
Is that the
waterfalls.
track that Lee O'Donnell's involved in?
Yep.
Is it?
Yep. I think it's like, I think it's part of his race too, if I remember. I don't know.
I have no idea.
So it's.
I saw him this morning at the gas station coming in, but he didn't say nothing about it. It was like, kind of gave me that Jersey boy nod. Ugh. How you doing? That kind of thing.
Oh man.
So, where's our racers? Yep, they're still in the shade. I don't see JT anywhere.
Go to commercial?
Sure. For the final time this afternoon, this weekend, in fact, let's take one final look at all of our sponsors and everybody behind the scenes that helps bring you off-road racing, the Mid-America Outdoors, and Heartland Racing Association. Thank you so much.
Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick car.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs is a racing company. They built this thing with nothing but performance in mind. Now that this thing has proven itself at KOH, Kyle Cheney actually won with it. They're going to take what we learned, they're going to make some slight adjustments, and the production model is going to be available to everybody.
From here, we're going to be pushing forward and running this thing in some short course races. So it's going to be fun. We're really excited about the new product.
This is Hunter Miller of Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am.
Cody Miller here. We are out at the King of the Hammers 2024.
We're here to show you the new Shift Performance Labs exhaust. It's prototype exhaust for the new Can-Am Maverick car.
This thing absolutely wakes the car up. Stock for stock on the tune, this thing brought in a little bit more torque.
The main thing we noticed was more bottom end power, especially in the rocks where you need that instantaneous throttle response.
What feels like 25% plus more torque out of the bottom. Like the RPMs just come up so fast with this thing, it absolutely gives you a huge advantage.
So Shift Performance Labs.
Limited taking the green flag. 5 cars on the track. Once again, it's Paxton Shamlin, Jack Smith, Nolan Hartzell, Braxton Furnell, and Ellie Lindemood. Whew. I picked the wrong time to find the porta potty. So, looks like a nice jump at the line for Paxton. Looking very strong right now. I don't know what it is about today. Maybe it's the weather, maybe it's the way planets are aligning at night, but it seemed like every single race out on the track here this afternoon has been absolutely spread out until like 2 laps before the finish. And all of a sudden, somehow, boy, there they are, bunched back up again. There's Paxton Shamblin coming around the final corner. Going to score 1 lap under his belt. Shows the way around the racetrack, and everybody else has to catch up. And they are all over the place. It's a 7-lap main event, 7 laps. They're getting some pretty good speed out there in the Youth Limited cars. Paxton and Jack running 1 and 2 right now, pulled away from the rest of the field pretty substantially. I want to throw this out there to the parents or the mothers specifically. Not exactly, and I'm sure you're already probably doing it, but just want to make sure these kids, I know have been sitting in these cars for quite a while out there in that heat with those fire suits on. First thing they do when they pull up that track, please get those helmets off, unzip those fire suits, and ice them down with a bottle of water. If you got a bag of ice, heck, throw it inside that suit, cool these kids off. So Paxton crosses the line, scoring one more lap under his belt. Jack Smith right behind, about 8 seconds from first to second. So it's a big gap, 4 seconds back to third and 1 second back to fourth. And that should be, is it the competition yellow? Let's see, yes it is. So we got some cars lining up right now behind JT Taylor one last time here this afternoon. So once again, JT Taylor will take them one last time up around the racetrack, get them all lined up. It looks like we have one car. Oh yeah, they're all fiber there, okay. So JT's pulled up the track one more time. We'll see the green flag. Paxton Shamlin at the point. Jack Smith in second. Top three will round out with Nolan Hartzell. So we take the green flag, and we're back going again. Paxton's looking so strong here this afternoon. It looks like nobody's got anything for that young driver. We still have a few laps remaining. Back and forth, up and down these hills. There'll be 2 laps remaining. 2 laps. As Paxton Shamlin crosses the line. Nolan Hartzell, Braxton Furnell still running second and third. White flag will be coming up this time by. White flag, and there's Paxton right now. He's on camera for all the folks back at home. Up and over, he'll cross the line. White flags in hand, one more time around. Paxton Shamlin's just been in such control from the drop of the green flag at the start of the race, the drop of the green flag at the competition yellow. There we got a shot of Braxton Furnell running in the second spot. Running a nice, quick, clean race, but still not quite quick enough to stay in touch with Paxton. There's our leader right there. He'll do that left-hander into another left-hander and up over the tabletop. Into the right-hand corner, aimed at the finish line. Paxton Shamlin will win round number 2 of the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season, and he'll take the win in Youth Limited. Paxton Shamlin, our winner. Braxton Furnell should be coming around any moment. There's Braxton crossing the line. Jack Smith is now next car in line. There he is. And not too far behind. How about that? We got fans up by the pool. All right. Lyndon Moon will cross the line in fourth, and not too far behind should be Nolan Hartzell. That'll take care. Ladies and gentlemen, how about that? Round number 2 of our 2024 season. with Heartland Racing Association is now concluded. We've got award ceremony approximately at 6 o'clock tonight up by the pool by 2 Coconuts. We want to thank all the people involved, starting with the man right here behind the screen that has been working all the controls, the sound, the videos, all the stuff, bringing you directing and producer. I never thought about that. You're both director and producer this weekend. Josh, one hell of a job, man. There we go. How about that? We got fans down there in the pool. Great shot with our drone. What heat? Oh, what heat? There's no heat. We're great. There's part of the lazy river that floats around this whole facility right there. Or I should say the pool facility. But again, thank you to Josh. Johnny K jumped on board. Johnny K Racing jumped on board yesterday. We want to thank St. Peter Metal Works, Dinger Excavation, DFW Trailer out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, St. Peter Racing, Lee Knowles, and Rusty Pipes, Randy Boyd, and all the gang from Scrap by Racing. We want to thank them for getting involved, as well as Double E Racing, Jordan Berza, and the Louisiana Auto Dealership. We want to thank you. Also, the KAW Racing Team, thank you so much. Fast House Roofing, Mr. Mayo, thank you so much for jumping on board, supporting the sport, supporting the series. Also, PPEI and Raceline Wheels. George White, thank you for coming up here and talking to us, as well as the rest of the gang and some of the families involved, Kemp Racing, as well as J.D. Baker and his entire organization, his small army of family and friends and his crew. Thank you so much for getting up and supporting not only the series, but this race, and bringing live streaming back to short course off-road racing. We had a great time. A little on the warm side, but now it's time for a margarita or a daiquiri or a Corona or the fresh, nice, cold drink of your choice. We're going up to the pool, get ready for awards. We hope you had a great time, everybody. We'll be back in a couple weeks for round 3, the 2024 Heartland Racing Association season. Until then, stay cool, stay hydrated, enjoy life, and God bless America. Goodbye, everybody.